us reign. All right. Yes. Welcome. Welcome to another session, another stream here on the Chaos Rain Show. I am Chaos Rain here. And tonight, you see the thumbnail, you see the title? It's time to put this to bed. Seriously, really to bed. Before we begin, and I also forgot to tell you, I'm on Clubhouse as well. So, hold on. Let me see what's going on here. Why does it keep doing that? Um, One thing is to be clear that I am on many social media platforms, not just on YouTube, as y'all know. I'm actually spread out to many podcasts and many other links from Twitter, Facebook. The only thing I've not done yet was IG. I think IG is more picture based, so I'm not sure if I'm going to post anything over there predominantly. I should, but not really too fond of IG because you had to really put a lot of pictures and stuff. So I'm not sure how that will work with IG. I had to probably look it up to know how to use IG in regards to broadcasting certain things over there. But nonetheless, we're broadcasting a few platforms. So I'm gonna give you the links now to follow me and the following. And also support the channel, be with Super Chat or Cash App. As you know, support the channel by Super Chat or the Cash App. The $ Chaos 8 Rain. Oh, I forgot to put that. All right. The links to follow me are the following. You can follow me on Twitter at ChaosRain7. You can add me as a friend on Facebook, Eric Rain on Facebook. Also, and like always, join my Discord service of the Chaos Rain Show. And also follow me on Rumble. As you know, not much content on Rumble, but nonetheless, I can grow and have people just, start following me so that way once I get to a certain amount of followers, I might start doing some live streams over there. The more raw, uncut. But last time I checked, I think when I'm here with Rumble, I think Rumble right now as it stands it's actually took a hit in the stock market, and now I see they implement some rules, like serious rules now to use their platform. So all you character creators that's been going hard in the paint that you couldn't do it on YouTube, make you go on Rumble to say the same nonsense, they gonna soon start cutting back and boggle down as well. It's gonna come to the point that you're going to have to abide by some rules. Okay. You're gonna have to. As much times I'm not as raw as I just think I was, but personally, this is just me. I think one of the issues, and this is my opinion, people don't know how to tailor their content where it is somewhat advertised friendly. Now you know me, I have no problem tailoring and adjusting to ways of how the what our rules implement so I can put out the content needed. Hold on. Um yeah. So I know how to do that. I can't speak for other content creators, but I have managed to really adapt when needed. As you know, this channel gets very little traction depending on a good day, on a good title. And that means I'm exempt from the algorithm or YouTube generally and what content I put out here. But nonetheless, if you're a very hard, raw, uncut content creator, I want to say you shouldn't be doing content, but you're going to have to reevaluate what you do moving forward using YouTube or any other social media, personally. And I mean that because let's be fair and honest. A lot of platforms, like I talked about the other day in the other broadcasts, how they're getting demonetized for a reason, right? They're having explicit content, doing reckless stuff which people could see, or some of the all the above. Nonetheless, YouTube, when they're ready, they will pull the plug on enough content creators or a lot of content creators. So you as a person should know that if you have a certain expiration date of how long you're going to be doing this content thing on social media or on YouTube or even Rumble, you better plan accordingly. And eventually you might have to plan either to migrate to other platforms or you just have to exit all together. And I know this is not very much comfortable comfort or being honest, but that's how things move, and that's how things are going to move forward. And I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, but I see the writing on the wall for what a lot of people are doing on here. And I could say now, you still have the opportunity to make something big here on YouTube, especially. Other than that, you're going to be always on eggshells on every little thing you do. And I mean that. One day, YouTube will change the game on you at nighttime. They'll flip the script on you, and you're not gonna have no way to come back, regardless of your compliance to the what they call the rules or the community guidelines of YouTube. Anytime YouTube want to pull the plug in, they will do so in a heartbeat. And one other thing I do want to say, and I had to get this out the way, for all you men and women that if you get demonetized and you're making a lot of money, you should not be getting too much in your feelings because you should never feel so comfortable having all your eggs in one basket. No human being, I don't care if you work 2 jobs, 3 jobs, or whatever, you should be comfortable where you just depend on that alone and then for your living. I could never depend on this for my living, either if I do very well here on the YouTube side of things, because at any given moment, it could possibly be taken away. And I say possibly. So you have to always think ahead, think in advance on what you're going to do to prioritize yourself, to really prepare for the drastic change, or even go as far as prepare when they will decide to have you no longer on their platform. It is your rightful duty to do so. And I'm here just really not informed but educating at the same time. I think that's it. I don't think I have nothing else to say up in here. So we're going to begin with the tape, the second part. And today's subject, it is titled. Oh, I forgot. Please join Discord service as well, the Chaos Rain Show. I'll find it and pin it. Matter of fact, I'll probably pin it as we go along through the stream. All right. I'm looking at this. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Hold on. Make sure everything's working. All right. All right. Looks like it's working. All right. And that's now broadcasting the clubhouse sign of things. All right. Let's begin, guys. So let's begin with this. Kick it off. And always, like I forgot the banners. Fair use. Can't forget that. Let's begin. So,
with my homie, Derrick Jaxn. What's going on, brother?
Nothing much, man.
So the first episode was pretty good. How you feel?
I feel good. I feel comfortable. Yeah, I'm glad to know that you ain't gonna bite my head off. I was a little bit nervous, man.
Do you feel like did you come in here with a little bit of guards up? You made a comment. You was like, "Hey, you thought that I had DM'd you prior, like a few years." We say what year?
2014.
2014. I said that was my boy Bashay.
Okay.
Shout out to Bashay Williams. You said it reached out to you about using Dear Future Wife.
Yeah.
And you said that at that time you was a hothead and you was like, what?
Man, forget you. Forget you. Praise the Lord.
He said, I'm going to do what I'm going to do.
Man, look, I've been doing it, so you ain't going to tell me. Nah.
Yeah.
I ain't know what you was on, man,
Yeah.
but I appreciate you, darling. It's like, this is a really good conversation.
Yeah, that was Bashay that sent that to you, but shout out to him. He actually, I talked about on my previous episodes, he actually gifted me with the trademark for Dear Future Wife.
That's real.
So shout out to that brother. So we're at the point in the conversation where you were contemplating calling off the marriage. What happened for you to decide to go forward with the engagement?
I just felt like it was too much pressure. It was like we're getting close to the wedding. Of course, the stress of that. I think she was still pregnant. She was pregnant now with my baby boy, Derrick Jr. And I'm like, it's so much on the line. And then on top of that, I'm doing my thing in my career. So we had sat down maybe a little bit before this and mapped out a plan. Well, I mapped out a plan with her. Because most of the stuff that I had done from the first book to the initial, whatever, was in my single stages. So this is the first time we're going into this chapter together. And I'm like, I got you by my side. This is what the play is. We're going to do this, this, and this. And then in the next couple of years, we're going to be able to just be philanthropists and be multimillionaires and whatever. So at this point, I'm making multi-millions in my 20s. So she already know what's up. So I didn't want to abandon
ship. You was making multi-millions?
Yeah. In my 20s, I was making multi-millions.
God damn. God damn it. Do you see that? It's very telling that if you pander to the right crowd, they will not make you $500,000. They will make you a multi-millionaire in less time. That's just insane. If you're making multi-million-dollars off the community, the black community, especially black women that's buying your crap, that tells you where the mindset of the community. We are not changing anytime soon. And this also applies to Dr. Omar Giles, because Dr. Omar Giles, he does pay the same way, and he's making as much money, not as much as Derrick, but making pretty decent enough if he's getting donations consistently. That these are the same people that will take as much money, resource to the community, and once they reach a plateau, you're gonna see them skedaddle, off and gone, never to hear from again, because they already bleed you out in a form of telling you you're a queen, you're nice, you're sex looking, no, you could be possibly big as hell, you got a bad attitude or whatever, or you're not that attractive. They will still give you comfort messaging. And with that comfort messaging, there lies the black community as it stands. You know, it was always in my mind when I was sick of going about doing this content. Now I think about it, they always think of what direction I want to take my content. And this is during the process of my YouTube stages back in 2019, I believe. And what I was doing on the radio side of things, podcast side of things, I always tried to stay somewhat neutral. And I mean somewhat because sometimes, some days I will focus on the community, sometimes I focus on the men, maybe, and sometimes I will just focus on women. And my mood and how I see direction of the channel moves like the weather. It shifts through the seasons, depending on what is trending, maybe, or what is not trending or hot. And I never focus on things that's hot to really cover most on this channel. But as I've grown and gotten more mature in my ability to do the YouTube side of things for now 4 years, my views and how I go about my content has changed drastically, as I could tell. And even one time I never covered so much of the issues with the ladies that deal with the men here, but I done, because as I see this community, where it's at is to focus on men and women most of the time now. Not some of the time, but most of the time. So that's where I'm at now. So to find that this man right here could sit there and make millions and millions of dollars in this black community tells you the mentality of a lot of our people, including women. So now let us continue on with this tape. It's amazing. Anyway, fair use, fair use.
Glory to God. But
so that was the stuff you was doing in relationship and other businesses.
Other businesses. I had other businesses out.
So you was balling out of control in your 20s.
I wouldn't say balling out of
You
control.
was balling. You had millions of dollars.
Well, the thing about business, man, even when you got millions of dollars, there's
You got a lot of
IRS,
expenses.
there's expenses. You know, if I placed an order so one of my products was a date night card game. One order might be $250,000 in order to get the warehouse right. And then you got trucks, you got, warehouse, you got payroll, $70,000 a month. But the biggest thing was...
Hold on, you ain't gonna just throw these numbers. Your payroll was $70,000 a month?
Yeah, man. At its height. It fluctuated depending on who I had on. But if I had a marketing director or whatever, it was, about $70,000 a month.
So you was running this like a for real legit business.
It was a for real legit business.
Yeah, you wasn't just sitting up here saying, I'm doing this like a little mom and pop stuff, just doing, you had, like you said, warehouses.
Yeah, man. Yeah, infrastructure. But I still had to work to make money. And so for me, I was like, I want to be home. I want to be home with my babies, But the first couple years as they're infants and toddlers, and we sitting there game planning, I'm like, it's going to look like this, this, and this. I'm going to have to grind. I'm putting some stuff together so we can have residual money. And then with that, we had this whole plan, basically, multiple homes, mama's coming down and moving. And I was like, I don't want to abandon ship from all of that. And of course, the pressure and so on. But man, we were breaking down toward the end, man, even in the engagement.
And then what made you press forward?
Exactly what I said. The pressure, the plan, like don't give up on it. Like somehow, some way, we still got to make this work.
And then how'd you recalibrate and say, let's get married?
Honestly, we just went through with the wedding. You kind of riding that high. Her uncles came down. Unfortunately, her dad had passed, so he wasn't there, but that male presence was there on her end. A little bit before that, I had talked to her mom. Me and her mom didn't have the greatest relationship, but she gave me a blessing to marry her daughter. So all of this stuff just felt like it was coming full circle. So on the wedding day, my mama there, my uncle, everybody on both our sides of the family is there. It's beautiful. And it's like, all right, maybe now we can kind of wash away some of the stress that was going into here of planning the wedding and all that and get back to the plan. We're gonna save the world, and we also gonna break generational curses, and we're gonna raise up these beautiful children.
And what happened?
Not that. It was about a good week.
And I said before, and I'll say this again, I'm not sure what is this infatuation of this thing about generational curse. Didn't know people could be cursed because they live in a certain society, a system that deprives them systematically. So now you curse. Find that very interesting. I find that very interesting. And me, I don't deal with curses personally. I can't say I believe in curse, but I just don't deal with curses. I mean, that doesn't get you nowhere with curses. But he had a real layout game plan of how he want his life to run. That seemed like a co-pilot, the captain of his ship, and he is being the head boss, laying out the plan. And I think one of the issues is how well he's executing the plan. And it seemed to me that he's down for anything, but it looked like the woman that he chose, that he was screwing and giving the pipe, was not really down for that, personally. I'm saying. But, like I said, we pick them. I mean, what you see is what you get, people. But, like I said, Derrick is a very unusual character, But anyway, let's keep going. Fair use, fair use.
Good too. I was having a honeymoon phase, a honeymoon break. But again, I was still, just my experience was, okay, I clearly haven't been perfect. Actually, in the engagement, it was after the counseling session. I went and had lunch with a girl. And that's when I got kind of shook, like, man, you can't go back. And I didn't sleep with her, but I that was cheating. That was totally, wrong or what have you.
So you had lunch. You didn't get a hand job?
No, nothing. No, but we had texted and stuff, so I had inappropriate conversations and stuff like that.
Was it somebody you messed around with in the past?
No, never messed around with her before. But it was a girl I was clearly attracted to, and I knew better than to go and even have lunch with her. And I went, sneaking around and stuff. So
did you have plans to smash? Keep it 100.
No, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm trying to think back, but you're talking about 2017, 6 years ago. I absolutely would have if we got into the same vicinity. But at that point, I was just in my feelings. And like, man, I just need to get away, be around a female, whatever. But yeah, that was in like mid 2017. So cut all that off. Going forward, I may have had conversations with girls at most, but like the worst thing about me is I was still maybe a flirt, maybe responding to something like that. But now that we married, okay, there's no chicks or whatever, you know, we focus, we got this plan, it's 2018, and we're still having a ton of disconnect. We would come together for a little bit, and we would be intimate, and we would be friends, but we're disconnecting a lot. And this is going into the birth of our son. So again, I'm thinking pregnancy emotions, it's always something. But then on my end, I'm just wearing thin. It's been a year-long engagement, which was, you know, really tough for us both, I'm sure. I know something is wrong. I know I ain't doing everything perfect, but I'm trying. At this point now, I'm just I'm opening up the doors on everything financially. I'm talking about new Range Rover, new this, new that. Then I'm still rubbing feet. I'm still asking how her day was, trying to be emotionally connected, trips out the country, just whatever. Because I'm thinking maybe she doesn't feel invested in, or maybe she don't feel soft life enough. So it would happen for a little bit where we're good, and then we would kind of disconnect again. And then baby boy is born. And then now we kind of riding the high of that. So it was a lot of volatile ups and downs, go through the whole year. And now her mom's friend, who claims to be like a prophet, we go and meet with her. And this started the kind of, I call it honestly, a little bit too far, the super religious thing that started happening. And the prophet friend of her mom was like, y'all gonna have a lot to go through, and y'all gonna this, that, and the other. And then she started speaking, and I ain't like that. And we kind of clashed about that because it's connected to her mom. But this is the first year of the marriage where it's like, man, now we're really, really falling apart.
She said, y'all gonna go through a lot of stuff?
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, it's almost like the Zodiacs. They'd be like, yeah, today you gonna blink. Like this, yeah, it's life. We're gonna go through life. You know what I'm saying?
Today we're gonna blink.
I just was weirded out by the whole, I didn't understand at that time prophecy, and I believe in it now. I've met totally legitimate.
So when you look back on it, was she right or wrong?
Yeah, she was about that. Yeah, she was absolutely right. We went through all kind of stuff, absolutely. But for me, it was just a weird dynamic to introduce.
Early on in your marriage, like setting it up for doom at the beginning.
And then it started the whole, what God told me and God said, and I'm like, you my wife, not my pastor.
Oh, she started saying that to you from that relationship.
Yes. And then they formed a little.
You know, one thing I don't like, and ladies, you should really take notes. The last thing a man wants, if you're his boo, you're his, you know, girlfriend or wife, that you need to be talking to them and lecturing them like a pastor in a way. Most of the men, we don't like that. I'm just keeping it real with you. Even I don't like that, and I know most of us will agree with me. We don't like when our significant other is preached to us, you know. It's not sexy. It's not cool, you know. If we want preaching, we go straight to an actual pastor. Mostly it's a male pastor. We're not really so fond of seeing female pastors, as you know. And I think the reason why it is because it's written in that so-called Bible. So don't blame men, blame the Bible. Anyhow, fair use.
4-person church, which I had a different name for it at the time.
What name you call it? Cult? 4-person, a cult. So she was going to this 4-person church. Now she began to prophesy over you. What prophecy?
It didn't get super heavy on that until 2019. The actual prophesying and reading prayers off a piece of paper and stuff like that. But it was 2018. This is when I got the haircut by the girl that I used to deal with whenever we were single. Now, I'm thinking it's okay, and I hope she don't feel no kind of way about me saying this, but we got to be real. At this point, I honestly thought she had transformed, like transgendered over. She wasn't as the same person, okay? Like definitely homeboy. Looking at
the one that cut your hair.
The one that cut my hair.
Okay, all right.
So when I couldn't get, people to cut my hair, and this became a big deal. This was like one of the major fallouts before we really started to just plummet. The girl that posted me, I was at her barbershop, but she posted me and put hearts on it or something like that. But at this point, hope she don't get offended. She looked like a boy. And I saw that she looked like a boy. I'm like, oh, it's all good now. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? People, this is a new age. She a man. She living her truth, his truth, what have you. Nope. Danae found out about it by seeing her story. Danae is one of them passionate people both ways. And it's a beauty when it's a beauty. But she also knows how to hit you where it hurts. What to say to you, how to say it. So she said some stuff, man. And at this point, I'm like, I'm tapped. Now I'm really tapped.
Did she call you gay?
No, she didn't call. No, she didn't call me gay.
I thought you said that because of the picture of the girl.
She looked like a street hooper or something like that, man. She just looked like. I mean, I'm not trying to be messed up.
I know,
like
but I'm saying
I'm thinking it's cool. But
what did Naya say that was like hitting below the belt?
She's still calling me an F boy. She's still saying I'm a cheater. And at this point, I'm not cheating.
But the problem is, she loves cheaters. She loves the F boys. Denia. Stop it. Stop it. If this was another man, you would not even put up if you found a whiff that he was smelling and digging in some other woman's guts. There's only a very few exceptional men that could pull off. And Derrick is one of them Negroes. He's that Negro right there. Does anybody else? Listen, gentlemen. If you could screw behind your significant other's back, and she finds out and she argues, she goes for a little tirade, and she stays, you're that. I'm telling you, you're that. You get me? But if she gets up and goes after she finally did it, she might fight you, but after all, she will end it right there because you don't got that juice. You don't got that actual thing that these ladies like or attracted to keep you bonded. That's just the real honest conversation that we don't want to have. There are some men that aren't that type of Negro. They're not that it. It is what it is. So all this was talking about, I said, you're a cheater and try to shame her. I said, listen, baby, you love when I hear screwing another woman and screwing you at the same time. Cut the crap. Anyhow, let's keep going. Fair use.
And so again, it's not good enough to do stuff intermittently because ultimately, even whenever you look like you're doing something, you're making your person relive the same trauma all over again. Me, at that point, I was so heavy into defensiveness. So the moment she called me something, instead of like sitting with that and saying like, what makes you feel like, have you been, like all the stuff that we probably know to do now, at that point, I'm just defending myself. Like, man, I can't do nothing right. All you do is mention what I don't do or what I do wrong. And what it looked like I'm doing wrong. But I done did it and I'm listing all this stuff I've been doing and it ain't nothing.
Yep.
So it started that clash because she feeling unheard, I'm feeling unheard. And this is toward the end of the marriage. And this actually preceded the first time that I stepped out in the marriage.
Caregiver coach Pat Bailey, how are you doing today?
You know what, Lateris?
Hold on. Let me do this. Let me fast forward this. All right, let's continue. And make sure you guys hit the like button. I'll look at periodically what's going on. I'm always going to pay attention of what's going on in the like stream. So likes are free. Last time I checked. So get the likes up. You come in, you watch, hit the like button. Don't be stingy. Don't be scared. Hit that like button. And also donate and contribute to the channel. Put it right here. But yeah, I see. All right, let's keep going. Fair use.
And we got to change those statistics.
Today.
And that was what, year one?
That was right at the end of year one. It was after a year of engagement with none of that. And then at the end of the year one of the marriage.
And did she ever find out about that?
When I confessed it to her.
Oh, you confessed it? How long after?
This was when we separated up in 2020. So this was maybe a year and some change after.
Is that when she left in 2020 and went back home to her mom?
So yeah, we had, I told her I wanted to separate. I was saying that year just off and on. It might be 4 or 5 months I'll go without doing nothing. And then we still clashing. At this point, I'm in the condo. I think y'all talked about that a little bit.
So you had two residences. You balling out of control. You had this big old mansion, and then you had this condo in downtown Atlanta, right?
Yeah. We always had plans of having multiple homes. So at first it was my warehouse, but it was too busy over there. Then I got like Airbnb. It was like $1,000 a night. So we talked about having a condo, and then what it would look like for her to be okay with that. Clearly, it's probably not going to be.
No.
Yeah, and understandably. But the thing we came up with was that she was going to have a key fob so she can get in whenever she wants, unannounced. And when we had a babysitter, we'll go down there. But that's going to be our first time having a second residence, whatever. So as time went on, when we clashed, though, I started staying at the condo more. Because I was already like, again, we working a plan. I'm going to grind. I'm setting this and up. It's going to be residual by this year. And so it was like maybe like 3 or 4 months of coming home when we so disconnected. She would either be asleep by the time I got there, Or in the time that I was in the shower, she would jump into bed and go to sleep. She was just, again, this was her way of soothing or whatever,
Yeah.
but she didn't really talk, and I'm sitting asking whatever. So I'm coming home to a rejecter. I just stopped coming. Now, I wasn't immediately going to go cheat, but I'm like, I would just rather stay at the condo instead of coming home and being reminded that I'm despicable. And that lasted about 7-8 months before I started back tripping out, before I started back, stepping out and stuff.
So what you did, you said, so the first time towards the end of about December of the first year, and then you cheat, then you come back, confess, and then
No, I didn't confess. So that time
you confessed towards when she
after
left
we really fell out. So
in 2020.
yeah. So in that time, in 2019, mid 2019, so I start tripping out. I'm like, this is definitely over. I can't do this. But I remember feeling like one thing they don't really.
First of all, y'all got married what year? 2019?
Beginning of 2018.
Y'all got married beginning of 2018.
January 13th.
So that means the end of 2018. That's when you cheated.
Yep, for the first time.
And then 2019 came around.
2019.
Wait. Stop it, man. You tell me all this time you just found yourself cheating after the marriage in 2018? Is that what he's saying? But wait, hold on. Wasn't you and Danae been saying stories in previous episodes of this Wifey's Club that you've been sleeping around while y'all was still together? I'm confused now. Is anybody confused? Listen to this. That's not confusing to me, because you can't just say you just sleep around for the first time. You've been sleeping around. She accepts you sleep around. That's why she gives the word of God. She just give that word of God to hope to shame you back to stop with your foolishness. Anyway, let me keep running this. Fair use.
It's like, oh, get back on track. Just, bygones, forget about it. Never happened. And then it was about 7-8 months in where we still was having the same type of clashes. And even though I wasn't doing anything, it's like, man, I can't be around her. I can't, I need my peace.
But it wasn't the same. Was it the same woman that you would go back to, or you went back to your old ways?
Because I didn't want basically old ways. So my whole thing, and it's crazy.
You about to say if you had sex with the same person over and over again,
it's going to build up something.
It's going to build up something. So you want to make it where it's multiple people, so it's not so meaningful.
Which is wild, even thinking about the justifications and exceptions. Like, well, this ain't so bad because I ain't letting them fall in love. It's not a relationship. It's just something physical or whatever. But that's exactly what I was thinking.
Oh, it's real.
That's exactly what I was like. Man, don't let it go too far with one. And then you had to mix that, like, I ain't saying you got to, but I was mixing that in with, all right, man, stop. Just like, all right, I got it off. I got that out my system.
Let's start back
get
over
back,
clean.
get back in. And then we'll go a good couple of weeks, maybe a month or two, and we clash again.
What's interesting is that y'all never completed the counseling sessions that y'all have for premarital counseling, and those same issues didn't do nothing but follow you into the marriage.
Absolutely.
And so now we see the clash of the titans take place in 2020, where she said that she left.
Mm-hmm.
And she left and no notice. You basically come home, your family gone.
Something like that. So what happened was I was like, enough of this cheating stuff. I'm done again. This time I'm going back in. If it don't work, it don't work. This was in like end of December of 2019, actually. I think the January 1st, 2nd, something like that. And I burnt every bridge that I had.
What is looking like burning bridges? What is
burning bridges? Is like, I don't want to continue this any further.
I see Sir Hell speak in the chat room. What's good, Sir Hell? You had a really good show, Sir Hell. I appreciate the show you broadcast today. I enjoy it. One thing, Sir Hell, you still in the building. That quote you said about why women want a taller man. Is any way you could reference it? You can put it in the chat room if you want. Because I find it to be very interesting why women, modern women today, want a man that's taller than them. That really caught my attention. And if you want to come up and explain it more, just let me know. Just hit one or tell me in the chat room. But anyway, let's keep going. Fair use, fair use.
I mean, do you say that to the women?
Yes.
So you have a conversation and say,
I'd send a text. I was sending a text.
All right, you'll send a text?
Yeah.
Hey, I ain't finna mess around with you no more. It's done.
Don't want to mislead you. I don't see this going any further. We're done. Don't expect to hear from me, that kind of thing.
And I'm tapping back into my wife? Or do you say?
I wouldn't even say that. I think at that time, for those messages, I just was saying like, we done. But they knew what it was. They knew I was on the outs. We were estranged. We were in different all these things.
Yeah.
So none of them really gave me too much flack about it at that time. But for me, I'm like, I'm dipping in out of giving myself excuses. So sometimes I do, and then sometimes I feel guilty. I feel like the hypocrite I was being. I feel like, man, I'm leading people. I'm preaching and I'm counseling, whatever. But I'm not living it.
Right.
And so I would, the resentment had me feeling like, well, in this situation, it's different because I feel like this. I done rolled out the red carpet. I done been everything she asked me to be and more. And it's been spat on. That's just resentment talking and having you thinking that, oh, it's cool because.
Yeah,
but then,
justified.
But then that truth really hits you at some point when you talking about it and somebody say something like, I'm glad there are men like you in the world.
And then that conviction hit.
Honestly, bro, I ain't even that kind of man in the world.
How did it feel? She said one day she called you out, and this was early on before y'all got married. She said, do you even believe the stuff that you say?
Yeah, this was back in North Carolina.
Right.
I felt like I understood what she was saying, but I was like, why is this the first time you referencing my career? Because, okay, I didn't just talk about don't cheat. A lot of my stuff was about, leave thoughtful gifts, write poems, write love letters, let her know how you feel, all these different efforts, sacrifice, breakfast in bed. These are things I all did. And I was like, why is it that stuff is obsolete?
Damn, man. God damn. Derrick's a smooth brother. He said he gonna rub your feet, sweetie. He gonna make breakfast in bed and feed you. He's gonna make you twice bigger, baby, so you don't go nowhere, Give you this nice illusion that you might be the only one. But ladies, let's be real. If a man like a Derrick Jaxn, as you see, as he stands, you think he's gonna say that's the only coochie he's gonna be screwing? I mean, really, let's have that conversation. You think you're the only box that he said I'm gonna love for the rest of their life? You see, the problem with society, especially with men, we're going to be straight front and honest with a lot of these ladies, personally. And I know why a lot of men won't do it, because they want the possibility, and I'm literally meaning it, the possibility of sex to be still there. If they tell you something different, that's gonna, by default, dry up the juices. It's gonna make you feel in a way where you feel that you're all nice and, spunky, to now you're just dried up like a dried up paper towel or paper. And let's be honest, a lot of men, they gotta still have access to you, baby. Gotta still have the possibility of sex. So I'm gonna tell you what you want. Matter of fact, you love the lie. The lie goes further than the truth. Let's keep it up. I ain't lying. Anyway, fair use.
And the only thing that exists to you is the time I've now come up short. That's whenever you ask me about this stuff.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, of course, that is an eraser. If I gave you a car, gave you Birkin bags, if I bought you Chanel shoes and all this type of stuff, but I can't be faithful. She's like, I don't give a damn. You keep all this nonsense. I want you to, what's free is fidelity. Yeah. Give me that.
Absolutely. And at that time, I'm not thinking like that.
Of course.
I'm measuring myself not just by I eventually was unfaithful. I'm measuring myself by the times that I went to sleep with her in that bed knowing I wasn't going to get none, and she turning over for 3 months. Yeah. So I'm looking at it now understanding. But exactly what you said, sometimes the good ain't worth it, depending on what bad it is.
When did she, and we go back to that, when did she actually tell you that, hey, I had been through this sexual assault early on, a couple of weeks before we met?
This was in Greenville. So I didn't get the full scope for years. I didn't know the timeline. She had just told me first, she told me, okay, it was this person and it was before you that I got raped or what have you. And that was in North Carolina. So I had to be like 5-6 years in. So that was the first time
she said she kind of just said it real quick and just went on about business.
Well, it was kind of like in the middle of some type of conversation, some things we hadn't told each other, she revealed that. And I was like, I don't even know how to handle that. Right. I don't think either of us knew just how much it affected her.
Of course.
Or our sex relationship. Because every time, I think anyway, that we was having sex, I think it kind of re-traumatized her.
Yep.
Because especially, not to get graphic, the type of, affection I show and the way I move in that bedroom. And then on top of that, the porn saying, this is intimacy.
Yep.
So I didn't know what she was going through in sex, after sex with me. And because of what she had gone through before. And it was always expressing in different ways. But it was me trying to piece it together like, oh, this is why I get the type of anger and rage that probably was meant for such and such, but is now coming towards me.
That's real. When did she reveal like the next layer of it? You said she give you a piece here, and then when did it finally hit you like, wow, this is connecting the dots of all this?
So after our the separation in February of 2020, when I woke up and the family was gone, I had been asking about seeing the kids and how could we work that out, and she jetted. We went up and down of whether or not we was gonna make the marriage work. We was gonna try to anyway. And so one of those efforts later on was with a trauma recovery specialist or something like that. I think she mentioned her before, Dr. Smith.
She said she had all kind of counselors and therapists.
Yeah, we went through quite a few, but that was whenever she dealt, because she knew she had the competence to really deal with that.
Right.
And it was, again, permeating. So, of course, what's gotten sensationalized is my part and all the things that I did, but we were dealing with the twofold issues before there was any infidelity, and part of it was how she showed up in conflict. That's when we went in deep, and then the therapist was steady helping me become an ally to her, because I was like, I don't want to traumatize her. Like, this is still a woman I love. I want to make it work and stuff, but how do I help her if I can help her heal? And it meant like certain exercises to get her comfortable with my touch, knowing that I was safe, I was different. So that was it, man. I was saying about the summer, maybe like May of 2020.
Yeah.
To put it all together, it was a couple of months into the separation.
And so when y'all were separated, y'all were still working towards helping the relationship.
Here and there. So, any little argument or whatever could cause her to ghost. There was a couple of times I just, I honestly thought it was over a few times, but I would try to keep in contact with the kids, and she might ghost me for a week or two and I can't talk to nobody. But most of that we were up until I would say about May or June. And then that was whenever it was like, we're getting divorce lawyers. She's basically letting me know it's over with. I don't care what you do. And yeah.
During that
that's a lot to take in, man. That's a lot to take in, man. The strange thing about all this, the strange thing about all this is that I hear a lot of young people, actually no, older people advising young people today should not invest time to get married, etc. But I disagree, because if you know that when you get in anything, it's going to be always work, you better off just brace yourself and put in the work now. Why wait until you get to some point in life to now say, now we're going to tackle this? I think what has happened now is a lot of people are not really taking risks. They're hoping to get all their ducks in a row, then take the risk, but I call bunk. You should always take that risk anyway, because you're going to appreciate the journey better when both of y'all really worked onto something. I think the problem with society is we don't really appreciate the journey. We want everything ready-made now. And the problem with the ready-made thing now is there's a cost. There's a disadvantage if you get it all set and ready. That's how I look at it. Most people work their relationships out to make them better. They just don't sit there just have it all, personally. I'm just looking at some things, guys. If I continue. All right, where's I look for? Oh yeah, I'm here also. All right, let's keep going, guys. Fair use.
Time when she left, did you find that as an opportunity to say, okay, she gone, I don't know what happened to this marriage anyway? Were you like, finna wild out again, I'm single now?
The only time when I started wilding out was when my birthday came in July. Before that, I was just flying up there. I probably
so you tell me during that time she's gone. Now you want to be faithful,
right? So right? No, exactly. Now that she's gone, now I want to prove myself. But the thing was, again, I gave my life to Christ in February, and I was trying my best to walk this straight line. This was before she left, before she knew anything. I was in my truck and I had a conversation with God, like, I got away from you. Earlier in my years, I was with you, and now look at how things have turned out. So now I'm walking a separate walk from her. We walk in this thing for marriage, but I'm personally trying to be aligned. I don't, clearly I'm not good at this, whatever. So in this time, I'm just whatever it takes to close the gap. If she's not wanting to talk to me this week or what have you, let me be with the kids, because they were begging for me, especially Marley. I would hear Marley crying for me, and she would ask me, when I'm going to see you again. Honestly, we all at the mercy of your mamas. I ain't say this.
Yeah.
And you know, Marley is the young little baby girl, Derrick's first kid, that Danae, despite what you hear, she's very jealous of her first daughter. And how can I prove that? Well, you know, we have a little something here that I caught. Let me see. All right. And this is from her word, not mine. Listen carefully.
Was referencing that even down to our daughter, like I had some issues, like just like with the complexion of our daughter, because that was the type of woman that he would go after. And I'm not dark, like super dark skinned woman. And our daughter's like a little chocolate little princess. She has it, you know, and I'm just like, how does she look like the women that he wants?
Wow, that's deep.
How does she look like the women that he wants and he desires and he loves? Like, you know, like, I don't understand. It's like they had her even though I carried her.
Woo!
You know?
Do you want to hear that again? You know, at times repetition is the key. Let her repeat from her mouth on why she feels so jealous and spiteful of her daughter. Listen close now. Listen. Let's listen to that again.
Carried her.
Woo!
And he loves, like, you know, like, I don't understand. It's like they had her even though I carried her.
Woo!
You know,
Rewind back a little
like
better.
the women that he wants.
Wow, that's deep.
How does she look like the women that he wants and he desires and he loves? Like, you know, like, I don't understand. It's like they had her even though I carried her.
Woo!
You know what I'm
Rewind
saying?
back a little
Daughter's
further.
like a little chocolate little princess. She has it, you know, and I'm just like, daughter's like a little chocolate little princess. She has it, you know, and I'm just like, how does she look like the women that he wants?
Wow, that's deep.
How does she look like the women that he wants and he desires and he loves? Like, you know, like, I don't understand. It's like they had her even though I carried her.
Woo!
Yeah. You know, I always hear about the colorism part with a lot of black women. They always say black men are colors, but I disagree with that, because even me growing up, the only time I hear anything about colorism, if we want to go there, I usually hear from my, mom's side of things, a family mostly. Personally, I don't hear most of the dudes, cousins, uncles, etc. talk about the complexion of a woman. Only time when colorism really is an issue, really an issue, is when I hear it from black women. I remember Sheeta Scrober. Did I have her on my channel? I might have had her on her. Maybe not. I can't remember. I had her on, or maybe I didn't. And we had these conversations, like literally. And the first thing that came to mind was the skin tone and how to really create an environment, or how to correct the self-esteem of young black girls. And she told me that you had to put young black girls in position to respect and like their blackness. I.e., you buy them images, because you have the reverse psychology by putting subliminal message images of them in their likeness. Meaning you must buy them black dolls, you must have things that are black in nature, and things, etc. This will recondition the love and respect of self-love to young black girls that will become black women tomorrow. That was her solution in regards to fixing the color issue, or the colorism that any black child will face, in a world that's mostly predominantly white. But let's keep going. Let me hear more of her, and then we're gonna go back to Derrick.
You know what I'm saying? And so I
Hold
had
on,
to work out.
You gotta let that sit. You can't, Lord Jesus. You said they had her even though you had her?
They had her even though I carried her. That's what I felt like for a long time. I had to really sit down and
because her skin tone represents the type of women that he would cheat on you with.
Yes.
I was like thinking to myself, we all at the mercy of your mama's anger with.
That's deep, man. That's deep. Let's continue.
Me, you know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to soothe her. I was just trying to be close. That's what I was the whole summer. And if everybody else on pandemic, I'm flying. I probably spent like $20,000, $30,000 just in that time between flights, Airbnbs, and everything else.
She wouldn't let you come stay with, well, no, she was with her mom.
She wouldn't even tell me where, and her mom.
She told me her mama told her not to talk to you, not to.
Her mama was so heavily involved in our marriage, in our restoration. The counselors, the pastors all said, y'all can't make this work if she's involved.
Yeah.
She was in the counseling session with her, like marriage counseling session with her. And I
talking with y'all?
Yes. When
Really?
we came back, well, one, she was in the session beforehand. She was in, Danae would have personal sessions with the therapist. And then we got back joint with the same therapist. She said, why is your mother in the same room as your counseling? Do you not have a boundary with your mother? Why is she in there? That was the first time. And then after that, when we was going to reconcile, we came together with our pastor because we had the same pastor, and we sat down. Her mom came and sat in on our family restoration session or what have you. I understand to a degree, though, because she's seen her daughter go through so much. Any parent, I'm sure myself, it would be like, nah, whatever it takes. I don't care what rules I'm breaking. Don't tell me no Bible verses. I'm here to make sure my baby is good. But she was as much as part of the marriage as me and Danae were, probably even more.
Well, you said she's sitting in the counseling. I've never seen that before.
Yeah,
That's
it
different.
was kind of crazy.
Was there any type of abuse that would allow her to want to step and sit
Not
there?
abuse, man. No physical abuse. If you consider cheating abuse, then yeah, especially emotional, it definitely caused trauma. But nothing where she was like in danger. Her and her mom, this is just my belief, have a weird relationship. It's more like girlfriends because they're only like 15 years apart, 16 years apart. But her mother from day one didn't like me. And I think whenever I hurt, the nigga was like, oh, see, I was right.
Yeah, confirmation.
And so that's an all access pass to stay in the relationship no matter what. My belief was I've done my wrong, but we as adults, we're 30 something years old, we're not children. And we have professionals that are involved.
Right.
We have godly counsel that's involved. And we've both professed our lives to be, Jesus. Like, we Jesus is our Lord and Savior. So we going by this construct now. It's time for mom to get some healthy separation.
Which is leaving and cleaving.
Leaving and cleaving. So love on, I'm talking to Danae because honestly, she's the gatekeeper. But to that point, yes, she was with her mom. Her mom would often speak over her while we were on the phone. All kinds of stuff. And then, that's one of those things that I still got to work on my heart. Because
I can say, when I mentioned that, your whole... I said, is he finna cry or he finna get mad?
Well, I tried, man, look, I'm not trying to stir up nothing because, again, I get her mother's MO.
Participation, the reason why.
I get it, man.
It was to be protective.
But then sometimes and then I was right, and that's the kind of thing that's going on. But to your point, the entire time we were trying to restore, all the way from February, March. Now we done flew over to churches. There's a lot that's going on.
She said that she gave you some homework assignment. She was like, I want to see you get stronger with.
Let me pause it right here. Salute to Alonzo Hall. How you doing? Matter of fact, screw it. I'll probably put the link early. Because I was going to have some ladies up here, but things had a twist. One of the few things that really make this marriage work, I think, and this is just me from listening to Derrick's words, and that's what that Danae is too much invested in his own mother in regards to her relationship between her and Derrick, to the point where it said if Danae separate from his mother after she got married, I think, and this is just me because they already gone through enough rough times, cheating and all that stuff, I would say they would still been married. In my opinion, Derrick would still be married to Danae. He will never call it quits, personally. And as you listen more, it's going to go into more why he pulled the plug in this marriage. All right. I'm not sure what you mean. What happened to the ladies? But I did put the link in the chat room if anyone want to come up as I go through the so-called final breakdown. These are my confessions. Derrick Jaxn Vol.2. Let's get it.
With build your relationship with God, get some accountability around you. be more present in your kids' life because like most men, they get to working and doing all this type of stuff. That she said she wants you to be more intentional on spending time with your kids. And I think there's one other thing. Are those true? Those three things.
To a degree, it wasn't to spend time with the kids, and we kind of had a little back and forth about that because I love spending time with the kids. If they're ever around us, you'll see they gravitate towards me because I love my kids, and that was the whole plan, is to get back to where we can both be in. But yes, for a time, I'm gonna be away from the house most of the day. So I had about an hour or two per day of quality time that I could do, and on the weekends a little bit more. But what I understood what she was saying, because I don't want to speak for her, was her saying, I want you to do some of the things with the kids, like wake them up, get them to school, pick them up.
The daily task.
And we had a little bit of a beef about that because I'm like, hold on.
You work from home. I mean, I guess she was working, but she was a stay-at-home wife, but then she would help you on some back-end stuff. You saying, that's your role. You got the time for it. Let me go hunt.
It was a plan. Yeah. And the plan wasn't just that she be because that's a hard job.
Yeah.
2 young kids, 2 under 2. But I had already invested in a private school, $2,500 a month. So 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. She
for some 2-year-olds?
Two. At this point, I think one was just turned 3. Marley just turned 3, and DJ was 1.5 going on 2.
You had some little kids in private school?
In private school, there was a little Goddard school down there because it was too young for pre-K. So it was a daycare, but it.
Now see what Femi wrote. Yes, he would have. Now, Femi, with me, yes, he would have. Can you explain with me? He would have. I'm kind of confused. Let's keep going. Fair use.
It was a private school. They had a curriculum and everything else.
So they would go there Monday through Friday?
Monday through Friday, 8 hours a day.
8 hours a day. So what was Danae doing then?
So this was our conversation where we clashed on exactly what all she was doing.
Oh, and please, guys, hit the like button. I'm not going to be checking to see how many likes I got. I know see a few people watch now and respond in the chat room. So please get the likes up, get them up. And support by Super Chat or Cash App. Fair use.
Because then we had babysitters. So she had raised some of these issues like, hey, the house is too big to clean. I'm really exhausted with the kids every day. So I already had said, okay, I understand. All I need you to do is tell me. So I made the investment for private school, for the sitter, for the cleaning service to come twice a week. And whenever she had these demands, I'm like, look, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get back in your good graces, whatever, but I also want to be reasonable. If I'm working, paying every bill, you don't have to touch anything or whatever, and that includes the fun stuff, and investing in this soft life thing, what are you going to be doing? That's what I asked. Because by this time, she's not working with the company anymore, actually. She wasn't working anymore. She had been said, I want to do my own thing. So I was like, whatever you want to do, I'll invest in. I want to support you. So I'm like, you're not working in the business.
So what did she do? She had a clothing shop or something?
Nothing at all at this point. She had talked about real estate, and I paid for whatever it took for that, but she didn't really pursue it. I think at this point, she actually started doing the travel thing with her mom. And so, I helped what I could with that.
What travel thing? Is it a travel agency?
She had a travel agency with her mom. Her mom and her had their own business, what have you. So yeah, that was our clash. And I'm like, I don't think this is helpful, and I don't think this is sustainable because I'm not with this. I'm going to pay for everything and but then still get up in the morning, get the kids or whatever. I want to spend time with my children, but not take on responsibilities because at the end of the day, we still got work to do. So I forget where we was at with it, but that was what we had to clash. Her list of homework included some things.
All right, I see people in the chat room. Oh, wait. Before I read your comment. What's good, Jay Shine? I'm live in the back. I put the call link for those who want to come up and enjoy this reaction and give their take on this Mr. Derrick Jaxn. He would have left her no matter what. Kevin Samuels already told us a man with money has options. So we all know we would have left. Kevin Samuels said that a man would exercise options, Mimi. That's the difference. Just because he has the option, I mean he's going to go ahead through it. He exercises it if needed. So that's what Kevin Sam says. Let's continue. Fair use.
That we didn't necessarily agree on. But I didn't need her to tell me to get closer. I was trying to pursue God at this point for myself. And I think it helped that she saw a lot of that initiative on my own. Because one of the pastors that she watches on TV, and then I ended up popping up with
That's what she said. She said she was watching YouTube or watching something. You popped up down there at the altar in the service or something.
Yeah, I didn't leave him alone. Because
she said you was like, I'm finna start following this minister around. That's what you started doing?
Something to that degree. We developed a rapport. So she didn't mention. I didn't watch the whole thing, by the way, so I could be wrong. But there was a space before we separated where she got really infatuated with demons. And she didn't just say, I needed deliverance either. She said, the Lord God is taking over my vessel. You're going to die, go broke, and all these other things.
She said, you are?
Yes. Now, later on, she said, well, I was speaking to the demonic spirit.
In you?
Yes. And this is an interesting dynamic for anybody with their spouse to talk about you speaking to. So anyway, I started looking into it and I realized, oh no, demonic influence is very real.
Right.
But I don't know nothing about it. I grew up in a very traditional church. We didn't talk too much about that. You know, we understand we don't war against flesh, but of course the spirit and all this stuff. But this goes a different level, like demon spirits, the name of this demon, so on. And there was one pastor, she introduced me to him, that knew about this stuff. So I went and found him. And we also had some stuff where she wouldn't let me see the kids because my demons is making them. And I'm like, so why is it everybody else got demons but you? And I would have these conversations like, why everybody else influenced but you? And then we had this fight now where I felt like she asserted herself as my spiritual authority or my superior. She's so pure and angelic and God's first cousin. But then me, I'm just Lucifer's baby boy.
Oh, what the hell is this? Oh, what, man? Let me read this comments, man. The fact his Facebook page popping and YouTube channel is still active tells me everything I need to know about modern women. Indeed, Jay Shine, indeed. And the funny thing, and the weird thing about religion, now that, you know, Derrick gone there, he went there. He really went there. That a lot of women, because why they're in the church is they do, in my opinion, I think majority of black women do see black men as the devil and they look at themselves as angels. Now I think about it. Could be right, I could be wrong. Anyhow, let's keep going. Fair use, fair use.
I'm getting clarity from this pastor because now I've watched enough of his stuff or whatever.
You trust
met him and he took to me. And he was able to tell me some stuff that validated that he was indeed a man of God and whatever. And he took to me and was like, I could see your heart or what have you. And I was like, look, I want to serve you any way I can. I want to be a part of the ministry or what have you. So that's what started. I didn't just follow him. We was talking. He was kind of mentoring me. He became my spiritual father.
And so did anybody else confirm? Was there some deliverance service where maybe that pastor and a couple of other apostles or something linked around you and cast the demon out of you?
They cast, like I did go up there to the front and I got the deliverance and all that stuff, but it wasn't like necessarily what she was saying. It was when we all discussed it together, because now he's a friend of the marriage. He wants to help us. And when he was like, you know, Danae, you may be seeing some stuff, like a spirit wife or something like that. Right. He's like, that's absolutely true because he's out here smashing and dashing or whatever.
Right.
But some stuff you're getting, you have to be brought up and taught how to interpret it. So Danae was actually, I think anyway, very well-meaning because she wanted to protect her family. At one point in time, she was trying to protect me, praying over me. Before we separated, I had woke up one day and she had her hand on me and she was praying over me. So it was like sometimes it came from this.
But what was she praying, Derrick? Was she praying and putting a hand on your head or on your other head, saying, Lord God, Jesus, pray for this devil with the demon pipe. Let him don't dispose on to other women, but only upon me. Oh, and you know how a lot of people, church people that are heaven in the book, they're very speaking foreign tongue that we can't understand. They got that weird shit. Fair use.
Pompous place of, throwing the book at me and judgmental and so on. But at times it came from a very nurturing and protective place. So he confirmed we both needed deliverance. And even because of her mom's involvement, that she needed deliverance right along with us in order for everything to come back together.
And so what happened to where now, what transpired for her to move back from, where was she, in Denver? Where was the family
She
from?
was living in Denver. Mm-hmm.
And what made her transition and say, okay, let's, reconnect with my husband and let's try to make this work and move back to Atlanta?
So that pastor had, this was after my birthday, and I've been wilding out and stuck. I'm like, it's over with. Honestly, felt so empty, man. And I cut everything off before I even knew if I would have a chance with her. But at this point, I had started rebelling against God because I'm like, God,
July.
This was in July. February 4th, I gave my life to Christ in the truck. And it's like, all right, tomorrow I'm.
All right, Jay Shine writes, all this religion nonsense is just an excuse to be trifling. Yeah, it is. It is. Derrick, Mr. Jaxn, please live your truth. Tell any woman moving forward. I know you got some money, so tell them to listen, baby. I like you. I really like you a lot. I like that body more than anything else. You want to do a sex tape with me? Matter of fact, I'm going to give you this demon pipe. I'm going to blow your back out. And I'm going to record it. And after this, I might throw some dollars in there to send you off merry way. Just keep it real with these ladies. These ladies won't mind getting on their knees and giving you the business, you know. They'll assume the position, like always. Like always. Who's this? Oh, I see some in the back. I'm gonna bring it up in a second. Well, let's continue. Fair use, fair use.
It was for different reasons. I didn't want to go back home before that, but I was like, tomorrow I'm coming back home, and we're gonna make this work. We're gonna thug this out the God way.
Yeah.
And that's whenever I came back to she was gone. I was like, the day after I gave my life to Christ, things started going here. And I blamed him.
Mm-hmm.
I went through some rebellion all over again, man. Screw this, F it. So anyway, that was the end of July. I was like empty. I'm like, man, I done rented out yachts and I done did all this money spending and these random girls I'm kicking it with. I don't even know them or like them.
So
just being real, like I don't even like you, like you know what I'm saying. So I was like, man, going somewhere, man. And before she said anything, I again burnt the bridges. I'm so off and on. But August comes around. I think it was August, and my spiritual father was going to have another event. I had stopped kind of being around him for a little bit while I was in that stage, but I was like, I need to go over there.
So that stage was just the month of July.
I would say June into July.
Okay,
yeah.
So February, she
July.
leaves February, right? February, you give your life to Christ. The next day she leaves, you start trying to get your feet in Christ. You find that once you connect with the spiritual,
I went head first into it, man. I made friends with pastors. Willie Moore Jr. I was reached out to him as a man of God, and I was like, man, what group are you a part of where y'all stay on the straight and narrow?
Yeah.
And they didn't know anything about any of this. Yeah. I was pursuing this. I'm like, I don't want to mess this up again, you know. So anyway, what was the question again?
So you started working towards that, and then July, you said what?
Because we were discussing my birthday, and she was like, I'm not seeing you for your birthday. And I was like, abandonment still hurting. Yeah. I ain't healed nothing to do with the abandonment wound at this point. So I was like, my birthday? I was like, can I at least see my babies? You know what I'm saying? Can I do that? Well, I'm taking them to a church event. I was so beside myself. So anyway, we definitely knew the relationship is over. We got a child custody agreement in place, all this stuff.
Yeah. Let me bring my first guest. Sankofa, you there? If I continue this. You there, Sankofa? Sankofa? All right, as he gets mic ready. Let me keep playing. You know what's funny? When it's over, it's really over.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay.
Yeah, man. I think it was a delay in the mic. Yeah, what's good? Peace and blessings, man. Peace and blessings.
All right, good. You know, this is the volume 2 of my confessions. How much have you been listening so far to really give some input to all this, Sankofa?
Well, I'm not going to say Derrick Jaxn is kind of, embellishing a lot of stuff or even, exaggerating, but I can kind of like, when I was in the Christian faith, I can kind of feel like I can kind of relate with my ex-wife, I can relate to him a little bit, but at the same time, I just think that a lot of his pandering did come from him being around his mama a lot, him wanting to please his mama,
Yeah.
But whether you a man, whether you look, at some point you can do all the pandering you want as a man, but your real manly nature, your masculinity is gonna come out. It's gonna really come out. You're gonna want to do. Men, we can't ignore our nature for too long, and Derrick knew this.
Yeah.
We can't ignore our nature for too long, and the stuff just came out. God or no God, But I'm gonna let you finish your sentiment. I'm gonna listen, get some more, absorb some more.
All right, let's continue playing. Fair use.
I had my rendezvous. Then after that, cut everything off. My spiritual father gonna have an event. She happened to be at the event.
Oh, really?
This was actually down here in Dallas. He was gonna have it at the Marriott. He's gonna have like a 3-day event or something like that. I was like, I want another chance with my family, but I don't know. You know, it's just too much. But I brought a picture to put it on the altar and pray and everything else. Her mama came with her and brought the kids. And we had not at this point talked in like 2 weeks.
So it was the first time you seen your wife at church with your kids?
In a minute. Yeah, no, we had seen each other throughout the summer, but this time.
No, I'm talking about, you said for 2 weeks.
There was a couple of weeks. We had discussed me seeing the children because I kept trying to just keep some closeness with them. I went up to Denver to see them, and from that point, she ghosted me. She stopped answering. So I was up in Denver for like 5 or 6 days. She wouldn't answer or nothing like that. And like a week and a half later, we was at the church event at the same time.
And you looking up like, wow, there go my wife and kids.
I broke down, really seeing the kids, because I was like, at this point, I'm wanting another chance, but I'm also understanding. And she's kind of beat me up at this point. So I'm like, whatever on that to a degree, but I really, really miss my babies. So they ran into my knees, and I'm like, man, like, maybe. And so he had the sermon. Afterwards, he offered to see families that were trying to restore. And that's whenever we had the session. Her mom came in and sat right down with her as we had our family session. And at some point, the pastor said, why is mom here?
And then, so they came visit. You weren't living in the DFW Metroplex at this time?
No. Neither one of us were. But basically, that was the point where we said, we're going to try again. That's whenever, in that conversation.
Did her mom co-sign on that at that time?
She just kept listening and nodding along and stuff like that. So I don't know the conversation with her mom, but I guess she did. I don't know.
And then y'all decide to, let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
And decide to what? Move to Dallas?
The first month is I'm going to spend up there because she wasn't ready to part from her mom yet. So I got another Airbnb.
And the problem with all this, let me switch this. Oh, you're not going to see it. All right. The problem with all this, for those that's not getting this, and this should be a learning lesson for all fellas. I have not experienced this with a chick that's attached to the mother like this, like that. But I tell you, because I'm watching and observing other brothers going through this, like Derrick, it lets me now understand that, you know, if you're gonna deal with any chick, she gotta have very much of a detachment to their parents, especially the mother. Because there's has to be a point, if you're a grown adult and they're the same age, they're born in 89. Why is it every decision, everything you do, your mother has to be around for every little thing? Aren't you married to this man? Aren't you husband and wife to figure this thing out eventually? Everywhere Derrick is doing, where he's going through some healing or, you know, doing some F-boy stuff, wherever you're around, your mother has to be present. I find that to be weird. Any response, Sankofa?
It's the son husband epidemic. It's the son husband thing.
No, I'm talking about Derrick Jaxn and her mother always around.
Oh, yeah.
We'll call it daughter, mother,
sister, wife, or whatever. You know, we'll call it something.
We call it something, yeah.
Because, I mean, you know, I can't be with a woman that always consult with her mother while you're in a marriage. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of mothers, and is Danae's first of all, is Danae's mother single?
You know what? To be honest, I would assume she is.
Because if she had her own,
Jay Shine, come up, Jay Shine, you gotta come up because you're older than both of us. Jay Shine, come up away with us, bro. Come up, man. I know you watching the class. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I would think that she is, because what mother that's married gonna always be in their kids' affairs? You know what I'm saying? Like the woman I'm talking to, her mama coming over to the house. I'm like, for what? And she's talking about, well, my mama be looking around. I'm like, why she gonna be looking around? Yeah,
bro, you got dead dad.
I told her, look, you know, I told her, I said, look, your mama just really can't be snooping around the house. She can come over, but she can't just be snooping around the house. And see, I'm all about compromise, but if your mama gonna be asking questions and snooping around and stuff, because her mom, you know, her mom went through a lot with men, and that's why she never really brought up with her mama. She basically, you know, kind of like stopped talking to her mama. But her mom wants to come over, and her mom is talking about, you should have researched, you know, me and all this other stuff. Like, man, I said, I gave her my full name. Like, you can research. I've been a cop and I did all this other stuff, been in the military. What more do you want? And see, a lot of mothers try to make their experiences their daughter's experiences, or try to make their daughter feel their experience that they haven't even experienced yet. That's very dangerous. If a woman, if you with a woman and she got to talk to her mom about everything that you and your husband doing, you don't need to be in that relationship. Might well be in a relationship with your mama.
Exactly. That's the vibe I'm getting, man. If it's that, so if she's that clean, she might as well say, screw it, you and me are item. F what everybody else hearing. You get me? It just don't make no sense.
I love my mama dearly, but I'm not a mama's boy. My mama be calling, checking on me. I call every now and then, check on my mama, but I'm not a, mama this, mama that. I'm not a mama's boy. I can't be, And, plus my mom married, and this is topic for another story. She married a man that I ain't even like. So that would really made me not a mama's boy. And I'm kind of glad of that. But at the same time, it's just like, I'm not finna, if I'm with my girl, I'm not finna say, well, my mama finna come over and visit and look around. Like, what for? My mama not code compliance. Why you don't know why your mama act like she just,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. I see you in the back. Let me do this. Hold on. Let me do this. All right. I'm gonna run this play and bring you up. Let me play this while I bring the next person up. Fair use.
For 30 days.
Dang.
And then we moved down to Dallas together. And we moved to another Airbnb while we found a place. And we started the restoration. And this is where, honestly, bro, the whole thing, this was like one of the most beautiful things that was happening. I could tell some distance happened with her and her mom, because I could always tell whenever she was close. She would come, man, I'm talking about, she get a call, come back, and she hates me. Now it's some distance. Now we're starting to reconcile. Now we're talking. We're still going through with the therapy. We crying, we expressing, we forgiving on both ends. Because everybody know about my sins, but it was some stuff she, you know what I'm saying? So the kids are seeing it, and this is when I wrote a book, Healed Together Without Hurting Each Other, but I wrote it based on all the things we were doing. We had a schedule now. So we went through that process. This is toward the end of 2020, I think. Things ain't perfect, but we fighting for it. We in church together. We serving in church together. We praying most of the time together. We doing warfare, all of it. And then comes 2021.
What happened in 2021?
March of 2021. I think it was the 22nd or 23rd. No. Actually, a little bit before that. A month prior, my auntie passed. It was my mama's only sister. And that was really tough for me because she was always the one that was most proud of me outside of my mom. And 2 weeks later, my stepdad passed. And so we went to, at this point, man, I don't take losses well, deaths or nothing. So I'm messed up. And as we were preparing to go there, maybe a week prior, we found out we were pregnant with our third baby. We couldn't even enjoy that because it's so much compounded grief. And she's just like, I got you, I'm here for you, etc. So we go to my dad's wake. And like that evening, there's a girl from the separation time, my birthday time, that's doing an interview. And I'm like, I ain't got time for this. I'm just like, man, I ain't got time for this. I done got beat up fighting for this family. I done got beat up in grief. I done got, the financial piece because I had to work to eat. So I kept payroll and I never kept making money. Because at this point, I'm just all family, all Christian walk. So now my finances are starting to look a little funny. And then this. So that night, we kind of put it away. My dad's funeral, my phone is blowing up. I had to put on airplane mode, all this stuff. And I'm like, I got to face them. I got to face them.
Who was the them?
Them being the people that supported me, the public. Because, of course, I hadn't talked about this and da-da-da-da, and here it is. I knew at some point I would talk about it, but I didn't plan to talk about it until our family was stronger.
I would say that.
All right. Pause that. Jay Shine, welcome to the stage. Welcome to the show. I know you've been listening. We need some extra brotherly elderly words and wisdom. And for this one, Jay Shine, because you're older. And both of us
I ain't that much older, Chaos.
I mean, you know, not all right, not that old, but you're seasonal. You're seasoned up. Let's
I'm seasoned. Yeah, you're right. This dude got me sounding like I'm 80 years old. Shit. Yeah, man. This dude, Derrick, man. is a goddamn savage. You know,
Yeah.
and he's just a savage. And the funny thing about Derrick is, I was recently on the phone with a chick about a couple weeks ago, and you on Discord with somebody, you can share your screen. And I was sharing my screen, and I was like, you gotta look at this shit. And we was looking at Facebook, and he popped up, as a mention on my Facebook.
Wow.
And I'm watching his video he just posted on Facebook, and I mute him because I don't want to hear his bullshit. And I'm looking at the comment section because it's a playback, and I'm looking at the women, like the people he's saying he's got to go face. I'm looking at the women in his comment section, and I'm in awe. After all the stuff that's come out about Derrick Jaxn, everything he's done to his wife, and all the nonsense he's been doing, his chat room is popping. The women are still taking advice from him. It was amazing to see the disillusion and the fuckery, you know what I mean, that's going on. So this dude here is just a hustler. He's making his money, and I can't even take nothing that he says seriously. I don't know if he means anything, because this dude has put this money situation and these hoes over his family for a long time, and he's going to continue to do so. Yeah. Now we know Danae is crazy as cat shit. All right, we know that girl is crazy as cat shit, and she got a lot of fault in this too. I don't feel sorry for her one bit. You know what I mean? But this dude here is nothing but a goddamn hustler. All right, that's all he is. That's all he ever gonna be. You know what I mean? He gonna die in this shit. You know how they say die in the faith? He gonna die in this fuckery. All right. So now going back to the thing y'all was talking about earlier with the mother. What a lot of men got to understand is that most women today are socialized and raised to be how should I say? They raised to be anti-male. Okay, so even when they're in a marriage, they're still part of the female cabal. Even if they with women they don't like, they still have to collectivize against whatever male that's in the purview. Okay. So like right now, there's a girl that came up missing. She got killed by her third baby daddy. Now check this out. She got killed by her third baby daddy, and she had 4 kids by 3 different men. Her mother now is trying to take the kids, now, from the first 2 baby daddies. She's trying to quote unquote keep the kids together. So these women don't even care or respect the fatherhood, right? Because if her mother was right, she still would be respecting his fatherhood. What's going on between them shouldn't have to do anything with his fatherhood. She should know that the kids should still need their father, but they don't care about none of that. They use the kids as power.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So they're sitting over there in the church, keeping the kids away from him because that's power. He's still got to pay child support. It's still, a hook, something he has to bend the knee to if he wants to see his babies. So that's the game that they play. Now, I disagree with mothers not be giving advice to their daughters, because if the mother was a good mother, you know what I mean, she would teach her daughter how to be a good wife. You see what I'm saying? And be a devoted wife, and to be a good mother, and put that marriage first and not their female relationship first. So it's a catch-22. Mothers being involved could be a problem, but they also could be good if the mother's right.
Okay. My issue with the mothers is like, once you say I do and go through and you're in action in marriage with a man, I mean, there has to be a point where it's saying she's gonna be around, but at times you're going to have to figure out what you and your partner now. You get me? Because like how back in old days, and we have like my parents still together, your parents probably still together. That at times there was no one to really like how to say it, they could look forward or go back to if they have issues. They had to work it out. You get me?
Right.
Most of the time.
And
that's how it is. Go ahead.
I'm saying they're supposed to be supporting the marriage. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
Your family is still supposed to support the marriage. They don't support marriage no more. All right.
Yeah.
They just support the female. And there's a lot of female egotistical shit that's going on right now. Like, for instance, you seen that viral video where that girl was with her husband, her mother was over there cleaning. The mother and daughter's cleaning, and then the husband walks in the room, and then the daughter's like, the wife is like, yeah, can you do this? Can you do that? Can you do that? And he's like, yeah, I'll go do that. And the mother's like, no, you go relax. Because the mother, she's old school. The women do all the cleaning. So she was telling her daughter and her husband, no, he don't clean nothing. See what I'm saying?
Wow.
Now, mama is right. Because mama is supporting the marriage. She's not supporting this female bullshit, right? She's not supporting some feminist nonsense. She's supporting the marriage in a traditional sense. See, it'll be okay if mama interjects at that point. You see what I'm saying? It just depends on, like I said, if the mother is right.
Okay.
Right? Now, to me, it don't seem like it don't seem like the mother is supporting this marriage in the sense that that's still the fucking father. You know what I mean? Regardless of what's going on between them, that's still the father. So she should be telling her daughter, like, hey, go send them kids to their daddy. Right? Instead of sitting over here with me acting like you don't see him. You know what I'm saying? That kind of nonsense. Yeah, exactly. So she was a good woman and she was a right mother, then it'd be okay. But now it's not okay because it seems like the mother's just as trifling.
Oh, I see somebody drop a super chat. The one and only Salty Balls. $5 super chat. I appreciate Salty. And like always, Salty, don't be a stranger, always put some kindly words of advice to, flush these heathens off the chat room if you can. All right, let's keep going. Fair use.
That's pretty darn impressive that out of all the dirt you did, it took that long for somebody to say something.
Yeah, I think it has something to do with this may have been the first time I cut people off the way she wanted me to cut them off, as opposed to really friendly. And
that's what she also said. She said, cut them off and then get a new phone. That was the other thing.
It was get a new phone, get a new place, throw out, a whole lot of
move to a whole other
sacrifices.
city, yeah.
$60,000, $70,000 worth of furniture, sculptures, paintings, clothes.
You talking about do what? Get rid of it?
Throw it away.
I wish I knew you.
Don't sell it. Don't give it away.
Gosh, I wish I knew you.
But
what you talking about? You just throw it away. I know you gave it to some people.
It was one or two things I gave away. Because when my family found out I was going to throw away all this expensive stuff and sculptures and stuff, they was like, no, we're coming up there. But most of it, no, I literally had to show her I was cutting through my custom paintings.
Because she's talking about the spiritual stuff.
She had been hitting me with all of that stuff. But I was
And you really tore that stuff up?
I did.
You talking about your clothes and everything?
It was a show of good faith. Because even though I didn't agree with her, but I was like, you've seen enough actions of me trying to do it my way. And it ended us up in this situation. Last thing I'm going to do is still assert myself as the authority on how this needs to make you comfortable. So if she's saying it's triggering her, I was like, I'll give it up. So
your family came and got something?
Some of my family came up there. It was like, nope, we taking this, we taking that. This was actually, in the separation. So she wasn't there. And they was like, nope, they found out and throw all this stuff, TVs and everything. Man, so we fast forward to 2020, like again, compounded grief. And then I'm like, I want to face them. At first, she was really, really pissed, but supportive still. She was like, we knew this was going to come. I'm 10 toes. You know what I'm saying? I got you, da-da-da. And then we come.
So hold on. So I get that. You really want your marriage to work then, huh?
Man.
I never would think that. And that's why I said you got to wait. Can't pass judgment on people. I literally assumed that you were stuck in a marriage. You were getting along just to get along, but your heart was really wanting to be in these streets and smash all these women.
No.
You're saying that what I'm getting from you ain't even saying this, but what I'm getting from you is that, no, I really want the marriage to work. It just so happened that I was doing this stuff behind the scenes when I felt neglected and felt this type of stuff. You really want to be married?
Absolutely. I wanted my family. I wanted to be married, but I wanted us to stay cohesive. That was the biggest thing on my mind. Stay in the house.
So answer this real quick. So be married or want your family? Meaning, would it be okay to have this perfect hybrid of a relationship? Hey, Danae, I have a propensity to smash chicks on the side. Can you be okay with that? I'm gonna give you this soft life, give you this wonderful life you live in. I love my family. I'm gonna be here for my kids. Hey, I love them. I got 3 kids now. This is amazing. But just let me go out here and smash some people from time to time. Would that be the perfect world for you?
No. That'd be hell.
Why?
Because it was hell when I was doing it behind her back. I wasn't happy.
Stop the cap.
Stop the cap. Stop good. No, she knew you were screwing and she stayed. See,
Yeah,
the problem with this conversation, and you know, it's Jason, because when he was exposed back in 2021, and now we're in what 2023, and she had an interview and I covered on my channel, which y'all gotta go back and check for yourself. That this man she was very aware of what he's been doing, regardless how she feels.
Yeah, she was down
and
with it.
or she was where she stayed.
She was part of it. Like she used to eat. You know what I mean? She used to munch and have sex with chicks, and yeah, she was down with the whole sex magic, and that's how they got down with each other. You know what I mean? So this is all cap, like my man just said. You know what I mean? This is all nonsense. This is all theater. You know what I mean? They both trying to hustle.
He got to say it for the camera. You know what I'm saying? Because he's on an interview podcast. Well, but what man wouldn't want two women? You know what I'm saying? Sucking on their balls and shit. Come on, man.
I mean, that's what he was doing. So it's like, you know what I mean? He was doing it. So it's like, you can't argue with somebody's actions, right? That's how he was living. So he's full of shit.
That's why I don't listen to what people say or what they say they want. I listen to what they respond. I look at and listen to what they respond to.
Yep.
That's what we gotta do. You right, man. The action says differently though.
Mm-hmm. And it was like that for a while until this all fell apart publicly. But this was going on. That that's why she was sitting there next to him, because this is all a hustle. This is all a hustle. And then what happened with her is that she got bad genetics. Her body started falling apart. She's sagging everywhere, skin breaking out everywhere. You know what I mean? And she can't keep up appearances. She can't keep up with these girls. But she was into all of this. She sat in the same studio with the same guy and admitted all of this already. You know what I mean? She talked about how she used to, check out the other women's bodies, and they was doing threesomes, and she was just letting him have his way. Girls were passing her in the hallway, and this is how they were living.
That's how they live. Yeah. And mind you, she said this and admit this, and that slipped out a lot of people's ears, like they didn't hear that. I heard that. I had to replay that more than once to say, wait, what she said she did?
That's what I'm saying, Cass. This is religious nonsense. And this is what a lot of these religious people do. They always hide behind their imaginary friend, and somebody's talking to me, and I'm changing, and he told me not to do this, and I did it anyway, and now I'm listening, and all this nonsense, man. They just a bunch of freaks. All right, they just a bunch of freaks freaking out.
I'm with a religious girl too. My girl is religious, and I just told her I'm spiritual. You know what I'm saying? But we shacking up. You know what I'm saying? And she had me like before I went to work today. She's like, "You want your balls drained?" Yeah. I'm like, and in my mind, I'm like, she said she a Christian, believe in Jesus Christ. Now she ever asked me if I need my balls drained, which I appreciate that. But at the same time, I'm like, this Christianity.
Balls, nigga.
Yeah, I'm like, this Christianity stuff is just I'm gonna say I believe just because I want to be a part of the club, and I don't want to go to hell. If I, come on, man. Exactly. They bring up God and all this other stuff just as a convenience. Convenient Christianity. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's Christianity on tap.
Christianity on steroids.
Somebody in the comments said, I think it was you. They use Christianity as an excuse for their trifling behavior. I don't know who said it. I think it was you.
I did. I said it, man. It's the truth. It's why I stopped going to church a long time ago, because it's just bullshit. You know what I'm saying? The people are no different than the people in the street. You know what I mean? And my fact, they're a little bit worse, because when I see a chick with a tattoo on her face, she made a clear declaration what's she about.
She know what time it is.
Yeah, she's letting the world know what time it is. You know what I mean? I got tramp stamps. My hair is neon green. You know what it is, nigga. You know what I mean? She ain't hiding her hope, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but Jesus, their Lord and Savior. They'll submit to an imaginary friend, but the man that they look to every day, they treat him like shit. Yeah. But I know this is a topic for another day.
All right, hold on. I got, for the first time here on the Chaos Rain Show, the one and only Deacon Salty Balls. Deacon, you there? Can you hear me?
Salute, fellas.
What's going on, bro?
What's going on, brother? Peace.
Well, I heard y'all talking about Christianity, but their only religion is praying on it to that good Peter. They want that. They want that fruit of the loins. You know what I mean? They want to be
Yes.
smited by that staff.
Mhm. Yeah.
I ride
Yeah.
that staff. He comforts me.
That rod and thy staff that it comforts me.
Yes.
Exactly.
It stretches my walls.
Yeah,
Exactly.
What's that song, Pound Town?
yeah, man.
Yeah, thine
That's the
heathen
most
Lord.
trashiest song ever. That song didn't make no sense. I worked the strip club in San Antonio this past weekend, and I heard that song for the first time. I said, I started to shoot the DJ. Turn that shit off.
I bet you the girls are going crazy though.
Yeah.
And
Oh yeah,
So
that song was
is
full of
this taking
shit.
a defense?
Yeah, Deacon. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
oh, I was saying that this guy here, I just want to put my little 2 cents about this guy. There's a
Mhm.
portion of this particular interview where he's doing what I like to call subliminal voyeurism. Okay. He's
Mhm.
soliciting more side bitches. Oh, wait a minute, excuse me. I'm sorry. Am I don't want to be out of line in your
Yeah.
platform.
I mean, right now it is somewhat the green and went to yellow. So at times we try and limit as best possible. I let some words slide here and there. So
Okay.
proceed.
All right. So this guy, he's soliciting side chicks
Mhm.
by, basically verbalizing a, a sort of incident of trauma, and then connecting that to how he does stuff,
Mhm.
just to make people tingle and go to his inbox. Anybody peep that, or was it
Yeah,
just me?
yeah. It's game.
I tell you one thing, Deacon, his inbox stayed full regardless of the fuckery. You know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But he know what he doing though. He know
Oh yeah.
exactly what he doing.
Yes, he does. Oh yes, he does. Yes. Oh yeah.
It did. And I was just saying earlier, if you go to his Facebook, one of his Facebook videos popped up on my mentions on Facebook, and the women are still in the chat rooms acting like this dude is sincere. Like they responded to his commentary. I'm just looking at their comments. I'm like, see, this is beyond just him running game. This is women who want to be lied to. You understand me? These are women who are down with the bullshit. They don't care about truth. This is why we have a lot of trifling nonsense going on out here in reality. You know what I mean? Women getting with certain men. This guy got 4 baby mamas already. We got a famous female running around here. She's baby mama number 4 to the nigga with the tattoos. You know what I mean? And then want to act like,
Actually, baby, on number 5.
God damn, you
God
serious?
damn.
It's number 5?
It's 5. It's 5. She baby number 5. She was never
See,
4. She was 5. And
yeah.
then
So
he probably impregnant and made another baby mom number 6 for all we know. But
my point is, like, they want to keep self-righteous and keep throwing black men under the bus or throwing men under the bus, whatever the case might be. But the truth of the matter is, they just as nefarious as the dudes they smash. All right.
Mhm.
When you see a lot of dudes with chicks with thugs, it's because she's a thugette.
Yep.
You know what I mean? You got to start. Where I'm from, you all the company you keep. All right.
Mhm.
All right. So that's why I don't feel bad for Danae. I don't feel bad for none of these females. They want to be with a slime bag, like they want to be with a guy like Derrick Jaxn. That's what they want.
Oh, there's most definitely no class distinction among them. So
Yeah.
my whole thing is this. I mean, I think that the blueprint is out there. Let it all burn or whatever the case may be. Don't be nobody's golden parachute or whatnot. They're gonna try to guilt you. They're gonna try to shame you. They're gonna try to use all kinds of manipulation tactics. And I'm glad
Mm-hmm.
that we had this space to dispel rumors, because if we didn't, you already see where they're going with the labels for the passport bros. They're using
Yeah.
real loaded language, and that's exactly what they do. At this point, we should be very, very indifferent, and just keep it moving. Now, uh, this is not to say, don't do what you do in the meantime. If that's what you're gonna do, you gotta obviously strap it up. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's over. It's over. I mean, people are trying to say, oh, they copping pleas and stuff like that, trying to come to the table and all this and that. Yeah, because we got leverage, but don't nobody care about no damn table anymore. It's done with. It's over with. At this point, we're just, a sort of virtual tribal community, and it's crazy how much people on the ground really know about it, man. You know, you got people in barbershops talking. You got people at stores talking. You got people at
Good.
basketball courts talking. It's like it's not a online thing. Everybody knows the play. Like it is getting bad. Trust
Yeah.
me. Okay. And I'm gonna say this, you know, I can't talk too much about my profession, but I'm in the
Okay.
healthcare industry, okay?
Okay.
And I have enough people coming to me taking medications based on their mental health because it's just that bad.
Wow.
Because people are oh, I don't have no support. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't, you know, it's a wrap. Trust me.
Mhm. Wow. Wow. A lot of them are gonna be on that. This. They're gonna be on that carousel, man, and they're not gonna stop jump on that carousel anytime soon, Deacon. And one thing, because, and I'm not sure we have more women than men that's going to get their prescriptions for their mental illness, but it lets you know, saying the environment is so toxic, polluted, that people are just finding extra ways for escapism. Like seriously, you know, when you have to be on meds, that tells you completely gone. You have completely lost. Once you have to depend on that just to function. It's
Oh,
not a good look.
well, that's what medical realm considers
Mhm.
pro-adaptive coping. But then again, on the other side of it, there's maladaptive coping, which is things like hedonism. You know, like you said, the sort of escapist things that you know you see. Yeah, they twerking on top of a car, you know, as they leaving the club, and you know, as Bobby Womack says, if you think you lonely now, yeah. So they can do what they do, and you know, try to do the whole carousel thing, but it's going to get more and more serious with the traps out here. We're going to really have to watch our stuff, just like Drake, because at this point of the junction is that they're going to just be looking for ways to get that money shot, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the dangerous thing about doing that now.
Yeah, well, I always tell cats all the time. It's like, you know, I think we overlook the sex addiction issue that's running rampant out here, man. And the reason I call it a sex addiction, because even when you talk about sex or you talk about affirmation on any level, pleasure, we talking about dopamine, right?
100%.
And they got to get that dopamine shot. That's why you see so much ridiculous behavior out here. You know what I mean? And, you know, doing anything just for some affirmation, doing anything for some attention, doing anything for some pleasure. You know, that's a dopamine fix. And, you know, that's a chemical imbalance that exists in human beings naturally. So it has to be controlled and it has to be addressed. And I think
And
that's
real
what the
quick,
medication stuff is about, right?
I want to say something, man. I want to piggyback off there. You're right. That's why a lot of women be having these juvenile dating standards. Like they say, oh, the guy he gotta make me tingle, and he gotta feel good and make me feel good. The sex has got to be. They over sexualize themselves, but complain about being sexualized. You know what I'm saying? But when you watch KG's show, it's always some woman talking about, yeah, he got to be packing. I got to be able to feel it. He got to be able to want to have sex and all this other stuff. I'm like, they don't never ask if is he a good provider, protector, this and that. It's always the guy got to have swag and he got to have a big Johnson, you know.
Yeah. Or a big pocket to
You know, a
get her
big
shit.
pocket. They looking for stimulation. This is why
Exactly.
women value stimulation over substance.
Yeah.
That's why they fail at the dating market. Ladies, if you're listening, stop valuing stimulation over substance in a relationship.
No.
If you do that, you'll have
Don't do that.
success.
Don't do that, bro. Don't warn them. No, fuck that. Let them do what they do. Let them do what they do. I'm having a good time out here, brother. I'm
Come
having
on,
a
man.
time.
Come on, Deacon. nah. Hey, but that's the truth, though, man.
That was Jay Shine. That was Jay Shine.
Yeah, I'm just joking.
Oh,
I'm just saying,
all right.
but I am having a time of my life, though. Go ahead, bro.
But that's the truth, though. They value stimulation over substance. So
Yeah.
Can I posit another alternative? I mean, maybe it's pretty much like I said, a sort of value sort of thing. Whereas, you know, our counterparts are engineered to be engaged in harlotry, okay, and self-pleasure, whether it's drinking, whether it's, obviously the bed, obviously the drugs, the addiction to the internet and stuff like that. We don't see anybody else like that, because if that's the case, you would see other folks being just as self-indulged and promiscuous, and so
Well, I mean,
maybe,
well, I'm asking you a question. You talking about Western women or just black women?
well, both. Well,
Okay.
both, obviously,
I'm
you know
about
what
to
I mean.
say,
But
because
the thing is,
I'm out here in Germany right now, and dude, these women out here in Europe are just as trifling and hoish. I mean, yeah, never mind. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
oh, no. Well, that's good. That's good intel. Go ahead. No, that's very much intel. But
Man,
the thing is,
they
we
put their
already know.
daughters on birth control at 15, 16 out here automatically. All right.
Damn.
All right. That's one thing I give them respect for. They're mature with the hoe. They're more mature. Keisha's not mature.
He said that. Putting that frosting on that strudel, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
They more they more advanced with the hoe out here.
Yeah.
This whole shit is just in stone here. All right. This is what we do. They slam dance out here. These white girls slam dance out here. Okay. All right. And and I go to the Revy, I go to little stores out here, and I see them hanging out at night. And I pull up my little motorcycle. I see what they doing. Laws are different out here. Sexuality is different out here. But they don't pop up pregnant because they take more proactive. They take more proactive measures, right? And then also the other side of it though is the men, and this is what I try to purport the men all the time by having a code of conduct. Italy is a very sexually, explicit country. So is Germany. You know, in Germany where I'm at right now, prostitution is legal. Okay, so you can just be a hoe if you want to be, want to make money and pay taxes on it. All right, so no one's judging anybody. But the problem is if you got a bunch of baby daddies in these societies, you don't get wifed up. So the women know better. They know not to come up pregnant. They know not to come up pregnant. Even with all the social safety nets, they still know not to come up pregnant like that. So they pop these pills and these birth controls like vitamins. You understand me? They and then they go do their thing. And that's what I'm saying about being more mature with the hoe. That's how it is out here. Versus in America, we still got dudes out here wifing up whores. You know what I mean? And that's a problem.
304.
Yeah, and that's the problem on the male side that I always try to push, but unfortunately, some dudes don't understand that, there's a power that comes with the code. You know what I mean? When you in power, you got the power, you got the ability. See, what is power, Chaos? Power is the ability to punish and
Absolute.
reward. Right? No.
Yes.
Power that's what power is. I'm stripping power down to its basic,
Oh yeah. It's the
understanding.
reward punishment is the key.
Exactly. It's my if I have power in my house, I have the ability to punish and reward. That means if I got kids under my dominion, I can reward them when they're doing good. I can punish them when they're doing bad. That's power.
This is why we need to be on the ball for those guys out there who got kids, setting up trust. This is how these New England families control their daughter's chastity and their son's reputation. You want to act stupid, you're not about to get none of this or whatever. In fact, you know what? You've been disowned. It means that whatever inheritance you was gonna get, you ain't a part of that club no more. But proceed. My bad for interrupting, brother.
That's
what they do. That's what they do, Deacon. That's what they do.
That's good shit, Deacon. That's actually true. And I was just going to just finish by saying this. We as black men got to get off the emotional train. This is business. What is my saying? My saying is business is life and life is business, because this is what this is. When I stick my penis in a woman, I'm fully aware of the business of it. It's not just pleasure. You know what I mean? So I got to have pleasure in the confines of handling business, which means if I got an important phone call from Chaos and I know Chaos got $50,000 waiting on me, I don't give a fuck how good the pussy is. I'm up out of it. Because my life is about business first. That's why I place sex where it belongs. I place, my companionship with women where it belongs. We as black men got to start putting our priorities in the right place. You know what I mean? When it comes to our kids, That is business. I'm not gonna let a whore raise my child. You're not gonna just take my child and do what you want to do with. You're gonna go to court, and I'm gonna give you the business. We ain't friends. You can try to throw some snatch at me while the court proceedings is going on, try to soften me up. It don't matter. See, with me, I'm still go in your mouth and go right in the courtroom and handle your ass. You know why? You know who I learned that from? Women. See, women don't care how many times you made her come. She don't care how many kids she had from you. She's gonna go right in that courtroom and body your ass. They handling business. They handling business. We're not handling business. We got to get a steel in our spine back. And I know I'm not talking about being cold and just being, I'm talking about being leveled and understanding the business of things. Life is business. And these women are handling their business, and they're only doing what they can get away with.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's what it is. That's what it boils down to. Down to. Dickie, did you see the early clip I played of Danae and her jealousy towards Jaxn in regards to her daughter? Have you seen it?
No, I haven't.
Let me run it quickly and give you a take, and then we're gonna continue on with the show. I think the original video of Derrick, the second one, is like an hour or something, and I'm almost halfway there. So let me just run it quickly so you can see for yourself.
Yeah, every now and then,
referencing that, even down to our daughter. Like I had some issues, like with the complexion of our daughter, because that was the type of woman that he would go after. And I'm not dark, like super dark skinned woman. And our daughter's like a little chocolate little princess. She has it, and I'm just like, how does she look like the women that he wants?
Wow, that's deep.
How does she look like the women that he wants and he desires and he loves? Like, I don't understand. It's like they had her, even though I carried her.
Woo!
See that? That's all I'm gonna show. Now it goes back to the colorism thing, and saying she admits that she's different because she's not that dark like her daughter, but still, when they tell me, I said this is a black man thing about this color thing, I say I even experienced one time my family side about complexion of certain people, and that was more on the lady side of things than the dudes.
Yeah, it's funny that you say that. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm about the same stature, height, and build as Derrick Jaxn. Like seriously.
That's good. That's good.
In my family, particularly my maternal grandmother, Louisiana Creole. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Go figure how I was treated. I had to eat last, clean up, very, very sick. Okay. Women are very much more affected by assimilation, but a lot of people don't think that to a certain extent. I mean, they're receptacles. You understand what I mean? When it comes to information and replicating the environment or whatever the case may be. So if you associate that with power or prestige and this, that, and the other, of course you're gonna start treating people some way or another. She obviously still needs help. She's very, very sick, but it is a great way to put on a public record, and I think we need to continue this home. Drive this home about colorism or whatnot, because the main people that be complaining about it, she would be an exception, but they're usually fat, dark-skinned femme cells who really want a white dude. So the very ones that are complaining are the very ones who really want white or light-skinned dudes.
Yep.
I mean, or and I'm not trying to knock the people from the continent, but a lot of them are affected by it.
Yeah.
I mean, they're the ones who be buying a whole bunch of skin bleaching creams and all kind of stuff. So let's just let's just cut the BS.
The Caribbean is big on that shit too.
Yeah, usually people kind of how do I explain this? Oh dang, what happened to your Texas boy, man?
No. He'll come back.
Okay.
He just popped up. Continue.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, but usually, I forgot my point, but it needs to be driven home.
You're talking about skin bleaching and all stuff and all the colorism.
Yeah, we've been, when it's brother to brother, whatever the case may be. I mean, light skin, dark skin jokes aside, when it comes to brothers, you don't really see us doing none of that ever.
Nah. Ever since Nino stabbed that boy in the hand, we've been good.
I mean, even taking a step back, Peter Wheatstraw. You remember Peter Wheatstraw from the 1970s? Dark skin, brother, saying all talking smack. You know what I'm saying? On to the father from Good Times. A dark skinned brother. We was never on that.
Yeah,
never on that. Yeah.
Because as long as we getting ours, man, men don't really care. You know what I mean? And we got dark skinned men get their play, light skinned men get their play, so it's all good.
Most
the issue with women
tell you the archetype of a black woman is dark skinned, fat. I'm trying to waver the cuss number here, but y'all already know.
Yeah,
we know.
Yeah, man, good stuff, man. Hey, Chaos, I gotta run too, man. It's 7 in the morning. I gotta go get some things done. Get my ass up. Okay. Today's my daughter's birthday. Speaking of girls,
happy generation birthday! She's now turned 20 years old.
20 years old, man. Never had a weave in her hair.
She a Virgo. She a Virgo.
No tattoos. Never had a weave in her hair. Never had a pregnancy scare. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So here's the thing. It's about that's why I always stress the men. It's about creating environments. I took raising my daughter as business. It wasn't emotional. It wasn't some great love. No, it was purpose. You know what I mean? My business. She's my business, and I had purpose behind it. Like I told my daughter before, because my daughter actually have conversations about this shit kind of stuff. You know what I mean? We have real conversations about stuff. So her head is not in the clouds. I've raised her on the ground. Okay. And I told her one time when she was in middle school and she was testing those, boundaries, I'm not your fucking friend. I'm your father. I'm not your friend. I'm not here for your happiness. My job is to raise you to be the best adult and mother to my grandchildren.
Absolutely.
You understand me?
Exactly.
I push legacy and purpose and responsibility and duty into the heads of people around me, whether you friends or family. This is what I'm about, and I live it. That's the other part of it too. I live this shit. I talk. So that's the only advice I have for brothers, man. Be about your business, man. Stop getting involved in all this nonsense with these women getting caught up in their nonsense. I don't want women to come to the table for what? I don't give a fuck what she thinks. Men need to come to the table and start dealing with men and start creating a code of conduct amongst us and the way forward amongst us. And then she's going to have to adhere to it. What's she going to do? Where they going to go? You know what I mean? Because I always ask that question all the time. If black women were to come back tomorrow and say, Chaos, I'm so sorry. I was a trifling hoe. I'm so sorry. I ain't going to do it no more. We're going to be good girls, right? They come back to the proverbial table with their hands up saying, I'm sorry. What they going to adhere to? That's question one. What code are they going to adhere to if they came back tomorrow? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? What kind of code? What are we doing as black men to make these motherfuckers adhere to something? All right. That's the first question. The second question I got for the brothers is that what's going to stop this bitch from changing her mind in 10 years? You understand me? Fuck the table. All right. Unless it's men sitting at it.
Real talk. There's been a lot of talk about this table recently, and
I don't care about her coming back to the table. The table should be a table of men, of leaders. We're gonna craft our own, and that's the only arguments I want to have. You know what I mean? That's the only debates I want to have. I don't give a fuck what Keisha thinks. She's not my equal. And I mean, I'm not saying that to put women down. I'm saying that because that's my duty as a man is to lead. That's my duty. She don't protect me. I don't depend on women to fight for me or to save my life. But I do depend on other men. You feel me?
Yeah.
All right. So that's all I got to say on the matter, man. You know what I mean? These women out here playing these goddamn games. Like you just played that clip with Danae. She knows what fucking heartstrings to pull on with the colorism or being cheated on. And I was used and I was, he did this and I lost myself. And they know what the words to say. It's all bullshit. It's all
Word
bullshit.
salad to me, man.
None of that mattered when she was moaning and groaning. None of that mattered when she was sucking and fucking. None of that mattered when she was eating pussy. None of that mattered.
Yep.
All right. None of that mattered when the money was coming in. See, when the money's coming in and she could buy nice things and she could do what she want to do, it's all gravy. Mm-hmm. It's the same thing with this dude. So we got a lot of dudes operating like whores, men with no purpose. You know what I mean? So anyway, that's all I got to say on the matter, man. I appreciate you for letting me come up, Chaos. Y'all brothers be good. Okay. Nice to meet you, Deacon.
Understand, brother.
Yes, and say happy birthday to your daughter.
Yeah, man.
It's blessed to be 20 years old, and I said now things.
I'm getting old, Chaos.
I said life now really begins now, But I said she's been guided and groomed, and I have faith that she's gonna be very fine. She has something to fall back through.
Actually,
what you said to her, it's not gonna come out her ear. It's gonna stick with her. You get me?
Yeah, I'm very proud of her, man. I'm proud of her. I see how she gets down. I watch her. I'm very proud of her, and it's a gratifying moment, man. Really, I had a lot of proud dad moments this last 2 years, man. With her. So now it's about getting her into adulthood and then getting her into motherhood. So we just got to switch, switch gears. You know what I mean? It's my position is, it's not to sit on top of her as a dad anymore. Now it's more of a advisement. I'm still an authority figure, but I'm more of an advisor. So. Anyway, man, you guys be good, man. Business is life, life is business. I'm out.
All right, bro.
All right, thank you, Shay Shine. I appreciate it. Shay Shine, everybody. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Deacon. Like I said, I'm probably gonna continue. You go ahead. You about to say something?
Oh no. I was just fumbling with something. I didn't want a whole bunch of noise.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna continue the video. Hold on, let me see what's here. It's Hustle Muscle. How you doing, Hustle Muscle? I know you didn't catch much of the stream, but I'm gonna continue playing. So let me keep running this. All right. Where's my tape? All right.
Open. She actually offered up for me to be with other women. And I think this may have been after she saw something on my phone but hadn't told me. But she said, what if I just allow you to have other women? And I was like, I thought it was an opportunity to talk. I'm like, no, I don't want other women. I want things to work between us. And even as I'm looking back at it, really, bro, it still shouldn't have come to that because I was reacting. We not doing good or whatever. Instead of being accountable to the principles of the marriage, my vows, I was accountable to how I felt. And that was, again, a part of this long pattern of I'll be good so long as I feel good about you and how we doing. But the moment I don't feel good, screw it.
So you tell me a perfect situation for you getting remarried again is a woman that says, I believe a man, because I've had women come to me before. Women have come to me over the last couple of years, and when I've spoken about infidelity in the past, I have women come to me and be like, because it's not normal for a man to be faithful. So let me tell you something, Terrence, if you choose me as your wife, you can go smash women on the side. It don't matter. That don't bother me. As long as you taking care of the household, as long as you don't let that mess come to my doorstep, I'm cool with it. But the reason why I personally can't do that is because I think you're speaking to I know you're speaking to the lowest version of me, that because of my faith and my relationship with Christ, I can't operate like that. But then a lot of times men will say, well, look at the men in the Bible or whatever. I understand that. We're not in that time. I know they had multiple wives. They had all this type of stuff. That's when people argue polyamory and polygamous. But I was like, that's not me. I know, like you're about to say, what you touched on, what that did to my soul. It grieves my soul. So my question to you is, why couldn't you just do that with your next wife if you decide to get married again?
The variety of vagina never pulled me. It wasn't like it was more so physical. It was emotional. I was soothing whenever I slept around. That I had went basically like this. Okay, so when the times where I was faithful, like I might spend 6 months here, 8 months here, whatever, 3 months. When I was happy, I curved girls that most guys would do anything to get next to. But it was when I was unhappy for an extended amount of time, I would at least open the door to have conversations and start there. And then it would go all the way there.
So you're saying you're an emotional screw boy. You're piping women because it's an emotional response. Did anybody agree with what he just said?
The emotional response? No, more like a sexual response, if you ask me.
Yeah, like an addict, right?
That's an addict. Yeah, that's an addict. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How can you call that an emotional response? Seriously, if a woman offers you her poutine, that's just you responding out of hormones and sexual desires, not emotions. That's something women normally do. Shit.
Exactly. But remember, he been raised by a fucking woman most of his life. So now you become that emotional.
So it sounds like a feminine trait, if you ask me.
That is a feminine trait.
I was
Bingo.
just thinking that.
Yeah. That's definitely emotional trait. Let me listen more.
Perfect
So she
world
was
for me,
kinda
man, because I don't mind the same vagina over and over again. When I'm in love, it feel new to me every single time. I was fine physically, and I mean, this is why we stay connected in that way. There wasn't a complaint there,
Right.
and I want to be respectful to her as a woman because she's not my person anymore, and I'm somebody else's wife eventually. But that wasn't my complaint. My complaint was how cold it felt, and honestly, I used to say it. I felt more lonely and single than when I was single. In the relationship, just that rejection, that was just the way that she coped and did her own thing. But that was the part I really wanted. In a perfect world, I didn't feel that. Now, in a realistic world, as a man, I should have had better coping strategies as opposed to coping with women or anything that was going to compromise my vows. I should have been equipped and prepared more to deal with that or to leave if I was just so unhappy. But I didn't take that responsibility.
How are you reconciling that, being the voice for caring for a woman's heart, but then privately destroying the woman you had at home?
Resentment. That was the denial I needed. It was like if you would do anything and feel like you right in doing it, if you feel hurt enough, pissed off enough, disrespected or taken for granted enough. These are a lot of the things that I was saying to her, like, man, you taking me for granted. And nothing to do with nothing physical or superficial. It was like how much I'm sacrificing for you, da-da-da-da. But one thing I didn't understand, man, is she wasn't experiencing that. It was like, it's kind of like if you ever been down on yourself, like, man, life is so bad because you got into it with whoever. But then you got to really think like, nah, man, my kids is good. My roof is over my head. I got blood in I'm alive. So it's like objectively some things are true, but you're not experiencing it based on what you done focused on. And what I didn't learn until way later was that she never experienced all of these things that was on my mind that I was personalizing that she didn't appreciate. So in a perfect world, man, like it's just one woman, that's what I want. And the last couple of years of the marriage, that's what I stuck to, no matter how I felt. And I know and apparently the world feels differently. So
you saying, right, when you say the last years, we'll get to there. So you get this lady, she does this interview. What did she say in this interview?
I didn't watch that interview either.
How could you not watch a video of somebody talking about you and everybody?
I was broke down, brother. I was at my limit. I had just lost two very important people in my life. I already had jacked up my family and we were trying to get it back together. I got a baby on the way. The finances is tricky because I can't even work consistently. Danae at that time, like she was still healing a lot. So I had become the primary parent for the elder children. They went to the gym with me. I did get them up and brush their teeth and put them to bed. And
Check. We here?
What just happened?
I'm not quite sure, but I'm going to take this as an opportunity to throw my royal foot up in this a-hole. Anyway, about Derrick Jaxn, you see him, playing the sort of victim splaining and stuff like that when called to the carpet as far as his BS go, talking about, his wordplay is good because he's nothing more than a pimp. He knows exactly what he's doing.
My mic was muted. I apologize.
You said what?
Yeah, go ahead. No, my mic was muted. That's why I noticed that shit. Go ahead, sweet deacon.
Okay, I mean, you can't believe any ninja with that much Beijing on that hair. You just can't. Because if you lie about that, he'll lie about anything.
Yeah. And Tonya said it best that she could pick up the BS. And like it is, like another sob story. And it's not really a good one, but we know how the nature of business, you got it. It's like this. You've been holding back for months since the allegations or things are put out on you. And you wait for your wife to come up and confess. Now you decide to say, all right, I got to put my hat in the table and really tell my side of the story, So we get both sides and we make the conclusion. And trust me, we as men, we make the conclusions about all this nonsense. And we're gonna still say that Derrick Jaxn, you're gonna still keep that money flowing because you fit the F-boy type, that Negro type that these women are looking for. Keep telling bullcrap, and they're gonna keep adoring you and lavish you with riches of with their wallet or their purse. But let's continue. Fair use.
All these different things, taught them and resolve conflict. And so there's so much pressure on me just as a man. And then throughout that process, because I was the wrongdoer, all of my feelings were obsolete. And now it was okay. Like, screw how you feel.
Yeah.
You hurt her. And so I felt, even more invisible. This goes back to the first counseling session we did, feeling invisible, to childhood. It's like, man, I'm repetitively feeling alone. So as we coming back, and I know they done did, I'm like, I can't think straight. We get back, and I know I'm gonna face my audience instead of, being further more cowardly than I already had been, because no matter what, I want to walk according to what I think is the right thing to do. I faced them that night, but I only talked to what I did in the separation. I didn't tell them I had cheated in the marriage as well. So I was like, again, I want to do this. I want to do this again. And I offered for her to have a voice if she wanted to. Part of our counseling was her having a voice. She wanted more of a voice. She said, yeah. And then that's when we did the video.
In the video, how do you feel about how she represented herself in that video? Well, because you remember, you're the face of this brand, to have her on there where now she's been attacked from the bonnet, which was something very intentional that I was when she came on the podcast. I said, Danae, listen, the last time, I understand how triggering these moments are. I said, so I'm gonna get a makeup artist, I'm gonna get somebody to make sure you look right. I don't want nobody criticizing you on my platform. Why didn't you give her that same level of care to make sure that when she represented herself, she was representing the best light?
I didn't look at her and felt like she needed makeup. I didn't feel like that was the missing piece in her being presentable.
Yeah, that's a good question.
That's a good question. Even the host had no common decency to say, I'm gonna have her looking her best when she come on camera or be on a podcast. Derrick Jaxn had her looking any old kind of which ways.
Exactly.
Because he tapped out. Okay, he tapped out.
Wow.
That's the inner mean girl, right? Because that's the stories you would hear that mean girls would do to each other. They might call each other last minute, or they might try to say, "Oh, nah, girl, we just going down the street to this here what do you call it? Hole in the wall bar," or whatever the case may be. And then next thing you know, everybody's super dressed up because he's a weirdo narcissist. He just wanted to make sure that she wasn't looking her best. Once again, because he's addicted to continue to attract people. Because if people are seeing that your girl isn't looking her best, it sort of puts other people on the pedestal to be like, you know what? I think I can get him. You understand what I mean? He knows what he's doing.
I understand you clear. What he's
doing.
Make your wife look as less attractive as possible. That way other women can swoop in and take him, right?
100%.
Bingo.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing.
Wow. What's next? You gonna tell her to gain weight so she can look thicker?
You don't have to do too much of that.
I wouldn't be surprised if he did that.
This is golden. Keep going. I'm done. Keep going.
Let's keep going because I want to get as much as possible. Fair use.
Or beautiful. I still honestly, bro, I don't look at that video of what she had on and see anything wrong. The only thing I can see now from the outside is her body language. And I knew what that was because of, but people in real life didn't know. Both of us were shattered. I'm a bit more poised probably in front of the camera, and also I'm more functional. Like, even when I'm not okay, I look okay. But she was showing it,
right?
But for different reasons.
She was pregnant at the time.
No
one knew she was pregnant at the time.
She was pregnant, and she was somewhat grieving because she knew of my stepdad as well. So we're both coming from some really heavy stuff. On top of her being pregnant, on top of this being a season of attempted reconciliation, and so we show up, and that way I didn't really. Again, it didn't stick out to me because this ain't my first time seeing her. Just, again, I think she's beautiful. And I appreciate what you did in making sure that she was protected But I know afterwards, when we thought about doing some more conversations, I was like, oh, let's get PR. So our body language ain't the same because I don't want them to talk about you. We did a podcast for a little bit and I was like, I don't want them to talk about you. And I started looking at it from their lens. But at the time, man, I don't think she was thinking about herself. And me, I think I was so selfish in my own feelings. I wasn't thinking about her either.
How did you feel when the video dropped and people kept talking about her bonded and they kept saying, I see why he cheated on her. I see why. And they started making the quote unquote victim. That's all we knew. We didn't know about what she was doing in a relationship. So now she's this victim and now they're victim blaming. She's the reason why her man is unhappy. She's the reason why he's unfaithful because look at how she presents herself. Of course, he's going to want one of these baddies that you see on Instagram. How did you feel seeing that?
First, I don't even know where to start. I put her in that position. So as much as I was looking at it and not liking this and that, I was like, my decisions. It's another reminder that my decisions put her in this place. Secondly, I think I just felt helpless because typically I'm the one that like stands for people who get crucified wrongly, and especially women, but really anybody. I've stood for men too, but like here, I'm obsolete because I'm the one that caused it. Thirdly, there is no connection to a woman's looks and a man's integrity. One way or the other. She can't look good enough to make me a no man faithful.
Teach.
And she can't look bad enough to make us step out.
Teach.
So just in terms of what they were saying, I was like, that's bullshit. Like the most beautiful by society standards women have
Still
gotten cheated on.
Yep.
Because it's not about her looks or her makeup. It's about my character.
Thank you.
Or lack thereof. So again, it sucked not being able to say that and stand for that. And I was appreciative of those who did because they were doing what I couldn't do. And so it was really like, I mean, the shame that was already there, the guilt and all this other stuff. And then you add in the ripple effect of now family is getting involved. Her mother is, I mean, you talking about might as well moved in. It was so much.
But she did move in. What are you talking about, Derrick? Nowhere you and then it goes, I was surprised mom's right there next to you. She look at you as a nice little cash cow, saying, all right, mama, I got you. He's going to move us all in. And like you, because you've been raised by your mother, you're going to move her in. You're not getting no peace in the house. You're going to hear from both women. I could tell by the household. My God.
And next thing you know, she's going to start running the household too.
Yep. And Tony writes, I'm right. It's also a way for him to gain more attention. His shift is too small. Yeah, I mean, he loves the attention. I don't know why it looks hard to read that. Let me fix that so I can read that. All right. Yep. And as always, yep. Deacon, All right, let's continue. You go ahead. Go ahead.
I did a little series even before all this on narcissism.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's guy or girl, it's I mean, they say that the sort of prevalence of it isn't that much, but there's a lot. I mean, it's hard to recognize from some people. For him, it's blatantly clear and obvious. I mean, as you can see, he almost always make himself to be the common denominator, whether it's good or bad. But even then, he kind of self-deprecates, and then he shoehorns in how he felt and go back for that emotional tug to pull whoever is female and watching in for some type of sympathy. This guy is a real sick individual.
Yes.
As far as I'm concerned, we talking about F-boys, I mean, it's like he takes the cake, like for real. I mean, I know we do with Umar and obviously the Moist Twatkins or whatnot, but this guy here, he's no regular hustler or grifter or whatever the case may be. I mean, I think the money is a secondary benefit, but I mean, his currency is primarily like attention and the S word. You know what I mean? So
yep,
that's the thing with him. Land my plane there.
Yes, and I agree. And you know, the word narcissism has been used loosely a lot in our spaces, and I try to really avoid it personally. But for Derrick, and for the sake of this conversation, I say I'll make an exception for him, for the rule for this dude right here. You get me? Because let's be honest, what other way we could really look at his behavior so far, even to the point with your own wife, you know, she could have came out a little more decent, but you know, when someone said F it, and you just say, yeah, come out here like this, sweetie, that's fine, it look good, it tells everything right there. You get me? And it lets you know that these with the amount of money he makes, and this is what happens when people got money, that you gotta have a PR next to you, and regardless when you're gonna have these type of incidents, to really say how to go about to, you know, either squash it or get people to forget it as quickly as possible. Now, Kevin has been saying a good PR is always necessary, especially when you're making now in the millions or even a quarter million. The more money you make and you're in the limelight is very wise, especially out here in the public like this, constant like he is. You need that for a situation like this.
There's a couple of dynamics that I'm just wondering in the background here, right? Speaking of that, because I was just thinking of that as well. Like, I mean, just you know how he was coming just off the cuff with some of those answers to the point to where the host is like, teach. Did basically have a PR person kind of coach him through these kind of things because he just wants to look as though he's, you know, that guy or whatever the case may be. And then you got to also go back to the, you know, to the narcissist word. And sidebar, by the way, I do work in the field now. I see these folks like this pretty commonly. I'm not going to lie to you. But I will say, when you think about it, the way in which he gaslighted the host by saying he didn't see her segment or series on with him, but somehow or another he ends up on the same show talking to the same dude.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. I'm just. Is it me or I'm somehow, some way you just coincidentally on there?
I mean, it's like it's well designed. How look at the end date, how this all line up. Usually when the thing with the Nate happened, was it in July? I think it might be July. And now he did this in August. So everything was timed for a reason. You get me? Like 1 month, next month, say I'm gonna bring Derrick next, and he comes aboard. You think it would be like a week later or something, you know? But a whole month? Like, so you have no time to really strategize how you're gonna go about doing this interview. Remember, the only thing Derrick excels in, and old man said this, is when he's in his car doing his upload videos. But in regards to you turn the camera on and he's live stream, there's some issues. Yeah. I know. Let's continue. Fair use.
That went on, I just like totally now I'm obsolete and I'm moving myself, and I'm fine with that because I need to make sure she's okay to healthily carry this baby. Because she's pregnant still. We still got to go to these doctor's appointments. Yep. She still got to keep an appetite. Me, I've been in the middle of scrutiny and I was fine with that. Like, man, talk about me. One, I deserve it. Two, I'm kind of used to it. But
you ain't used to it on that level though.
Even on that level,
because people love Derrick Jaxn. It's a lot of men that didn't like you, but women love you. Look at your social media following. I mean, when did you ever have 1 million people following you? That's a lot of people. That even when the video came out, people still, I would hear people say, I don't care what he did to his wife. I still find value in what he's saying because he helped me through this and he helped me through this and his video helped me get out this toxic relationship. So no matter how much the world crashed down on you by that, you still had, and I still say the overwhelming majority of people are women that still was advocating for you.
I feel differently, man. I think not only advocating for me, I think they were advocating for what I stood.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You heard what he said. He said even after he cheated on his wife and the video came out, women were still supporting his happy ass because he helped them through whatever trauma. He fed you a bunch of goddamn lies and shit. Because of Why are you still supporting this guy, even though he fed you a bunch of BS lies, catering to your feelings, telling you what you want to hear, and you still, oh my Lord.
Mm-hmm.
You
And matter
tell
of fact, the
black
word on the
women,
street is he actually gained more subscribers or more followers after this came out.
that just shows it. Just tell a bunch of black women whatever they want to hear to make them feel good, and it's a quick cash grab. Seriously, what the hell?
Yeah, he's a churchless preacher.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, he's a churchless preacher.
And keep in mind, the late great Kevin Samuels, he's been divorced twice as well. But did anybody give him free passes for his whatever he went through in his marriages? Nope.
Yeah.
They drugged his ass through the mud and into an early grave. All because he told these bras what they needed to hear, not what the hell they want to hear. So it's just proof that women will give special treatments only to the men that they find attractive and can cater to their feelings. It's a backwards ass narrative, but that's just the way it is.
Matter of fact, there was a video. I'm trying to find it if I have it here. Matter of fact, there's something they call this. Let me find it in my search engine. I gotta find it. I have to find it. Let's see if I have it. Oh. I have it.
You know what?
No, I'm trying to see if I still have that. If I still have that skit. There we go. There we go. I found it. Let me go back. I gotta find that skit. Here it is. Let me show you what this reminds me of. And y'all might remember this, or might not remember this, but I have to do this. Gotta do this. Short. Okay. And it goes to show this is what the ladies really, really, really want. Listen closely.
If you ever want to make a lot of money, join the dating industry and give women fluff. You see,
Derrick, wait, what she said? Give what?
Jaxn.
Derrick
Jaxn.
Derrick
Jaxn.
You see,
Derrick Jaxn.
You see, industry and give women fluff. You see, and give women fluff, and give women fluff, and give women fluff. You see,
Derrick Jaxn. We all know Derrick Jaxn making bank.
There you go.
You know what, brother?
That's what he does.
What she said? Right? Give women fluff.
Yeah, give them fluff. I mean, you ain't even got to be. Not like that. You ain't even got to be conventionally attractive. I mean, look at Moise Twatkins. You know what I mean? Right? And Umar.
Yeah. Umar Johnson.
Shouts out to Crimson Cure with her series today, right? Mm-hmm. The Simps they're kept in business because of the delusion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're kept in business because of the delusion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And everybody don't know about I had to get that soundbite. I had to find it. Said Derrick Jaxn. The man said Derrick Jaxn. That's you, my nigga.
And that it didn't just wash that away. What I've gotten from them anyway, because I had people that turn on me, and I totally understand. But the people that in real life or even online, they were like, that doesn't take away from your truth. But for me,
what truth? They didn't give chaos that nonsense.
You never told no damn truth.
So you don't want no truth. What do I have to play the video again for everybody to watch? What you want here? Nope. What truth? All right. Fair use.
Again, I had rumors go viral about me before. People just don't remember because I wasn't as big, but I've seen tens of thousands of people unfollow me before because they thought the nail was white and I didn't date black women. So I already kind of knew, but I also think I just was too numb to that. Now, this is the first time that scrutiny is coming to somebody I love or somebody close to me because of me.
Right.
So that was my whole attention went to this is a new experience for me in that regard. That she's not built like that.
Right.
She ain't used to this and she wasn't supposed to ever have to get used to it. So what was going on in my mind is just the lowest feeling you could probably imagine. Even with trying to tune out social media and everything else, her coworkers, her mama, her whatever, had to see her relive this trauma. And people making talking points because people kind of forget we both human.
Yeah.
you know, and they could forget I'm human, but I'm like, this girl that y'all go from protect black women to, ooh, look at her bonnet.
That point.
And music videos and stuff like, I mean, it's so insensitive. I'm wishing I could say something, but I'm still the cause of it all. So it's guilt, shame, helplessness, fury, anger. Some people that I thought were at least somewhat friends making jokes about it. And it gave.
Well, you can't say nothing about Mr. Jackson. You say anything and you be real blunt and tell these chicks what the hell they listen. You want to go broke? Do that. You ain't gonna do it because you ain't that stupid. Let them say all things in the child God to your wife, but you've ever said one goddamn word. That money's gonna dry up quick. That money's gonna stop.
You know what? Chaos. I got an idea for a show, man.
Okay.
You know, simp an hour, right? We just open up the cash apps and be like, Lord Jesus, black women cannot do any wrong. Y'all's are the prize. Y'all's the queen. Yeah. See how many super chats start running.
I think I have a good idea for my next show.
Okay.
Maybe I'll call it when men stop simping.
So when we stop, see the cash app stop, right?
I'll showcase some videos of men not being simps and see what people think about that.
Yeah, man. If you do that, you're gonna have to share that on Discord. I'm gonna probably catch that.
Hey, I share today's show on Discord, so hey.
Yeah, I saw it and it came around time that I was gonna watch, but you know how we align. But let me continue because I'm gonna give this 20 more minutes and it should be done. Farious.
Give me a perspective, man, of like on some level, my platform had probably done the same thing. You know, when I talked about people and, you know, especially holding them accountable, I always thought I did it with a level of ethics and, you know, I'm trying to at least be constructive here. But ultimately, I was making a lot of people's wives relive their own trauma. And if anybody's listening, you know, I was wrong for that. I want whoever I've ever talked about to understand that that was wrong of me. But that gave me a perspective I never had before because I saw her trying to shut it out, but her phone blowing up.
Yeah.
You know, friends and stuff is concerned. Is she okay? And understandably, but it was overwhelming.
When you look at what made you record the video, I know you said some of your followers sent the video to you about analyzing yourself, which I thought that was, when you look at that and you hear somebody talking in third person about themselves, they consider that textbook narcissism. Mm-hmm. What in the world would possess you to do a reaction video to yourself?
Horrible decision making.
I was like, why would you do that?
Horrible thought process. So for me, whatever I'm going through, my MO has been to just work through it, get up and go do something. But at that point, I'm the biggest conversation. And I was like, this is not something I stand by. But I was like, how am I going to talk about everybody else, but I don't want to talk about me? Dumbest decision. Because out of 800 videos, the one that I do in third person is the one that confirms I'm a narcissist.
You're a textbook narcissist.
Textbook narcissist. It's third person. And we all have a PhD in narcissism from Instagram.
Yeah, we all got it from Instagram, YouTube.
So I was like, well, that didn't go as planned. And I took it down.
And then on top of that, Derrick, at the very end, what do? Promote a product.
I probably did.
He was like, and I have this book that I had come. I said, this N-word.
Right, the show must go on.
This N-word just sat there and did. What is wrong with this
The
dude?
most detached, not reading the room moment probably in my life. Mm-hmm.
And so what kind of pushback did you get from that?
Just the same. It was for me, and again, it's not trying to be arrogant. It's just like for whatever's coming my way, I know how to, for the most part, block it out. You know, my whole career has been about, you know, being able to ignore naysayers. This time it was legit though. You know, it was something I really did. I really disappointed people that believed in me. But regardless, so much was going on in my life. I couldn't access how I felt about that.
Yeah. And then you're also still processing the loss of your the father that you knew. You know, that's your father. Call him stepfather, whatever, but he's been there all the time. That's
the only father that I knew.
Yep.
And, you know, my family's still processing it. My cousin got shot in the head about a month or two after that. It was like in I was saying about 3 months, we had 4 deaths in the family. My uncle had died while I was at my auntie's funeral. I know it sounds like this don't even make no sense. While we was at her funeral, my uncle had died. Now, we ain't really like him that much. So, my mama gonna lie, I'm sorry, but I ain't like him that much. So that one was a little less impactful, just knowing that you supporting your family who cared about him.
Yeah.
But the other three were really tough. But it's like, man, I can't be a victim and my children need me. I can't fold. I put everybody in this situation and I wanted to fold. I had the gun on my lap. I wanted to fold. I wanted to be out.
You contemplated suicide?
I was on my way to pulling that trigger. But Marley came out. They were getting ready to go somewhere. Marley saw my tail lights on and said, "Ooh, Daddy's here, Daddy's here." Because I was out of the house for a while, and she came and jumped up on the door right at that moment.
Are you in a car?
Yeah, I was in my truck.
Yeah, man. What do you think? He was always in his car. And see, one thing that bothered me, it was disturbing, and you know about this Deacon and Hustler. I mean, as much times people talk about the space, I have my own critics, but overall, I had to say, Black men need somewhere to have certain conversations, because the suicide rate amongst our community, especially among Black men, is actually really increasing. I mean, you hear some people that were part of the internet in the space, one committed suicide, actually committed like 2 years ago. You know, while others were contemplating it and did it and told brothers on live air. I'm not sure if I'm just telling y'all this because y'all don't know the history. Cause I've been around a lot of brothers for years now. And I've been around streams where some dudes, like, you know, was at that point where they're gonna off themselves. Yeah. So what Derrick said, I mean, it's not no joke. It has to be taken very, very seriously.
This took a dark turn. Wow.
Yeah, very seriously, you know. Yeah, so I know the feeling. I
Had the weapon in his lap too. Oh my Lord.
Yeah. If it's trying to come up here and then just, you know, let her know she's present right there in front, the guy was going like boom. And you don't want your own child to see you off yourself. It's gonna traumatize them.
Well,
yeah.
Hopefully he gets the help that he needs.
And speak up, Deacon. Sound low.
Hopefully he gets the help that he needs, so he won't find himself in a situation of where he feel like he has to go to those sorts of measures. Like I said, I think that there's some things that are more complex at play, because when your whole identity is tied up in an online community, I mean, you forget what is real. You know what I mean? People are finicky or whatnot. I mean, he just said that, he lost all these followers. The most followers he lost was the ones who thought that he was cheating on somebody white.
Yeah, surprisingly.
I don't know if y'all heard that.
I heard it. Yeah.
I think that I mean, this is part of that sort of black and white thinking. Has to be either all good or all bad or whatever the case may be. But I truly hope that BS aside, I mean, he's still a black man. You know what I mean? So I mean, I hope that he gets the help that he really needs. And maybe do something else. I mean, maybe he could use his gifts, in other means. But this is probably definitely not the way to go, because he's done, in my opinion, more unseen damage than he's done, any building. As far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I agree. And like I said, when a man decides to go the full length to take his own life, is not no joke. You get me? And I see real one knows he lost people being. Yeah. I agree. Let's continue. Praise.
I was just doing it in my truck.
In the driveway? In the garage or something?
No, it was in the driveway, in a little cul-de-sac. So after that, I was, kind of scared by how close I got to it. I'm like, I'm not telling nobody because of the shame of I did this and whatever, and I don't have no voice because I'm the bad guy. I'm the big bad wolf in everybody's eyes now. The resentment in the house is tenfold. I can't say enough about it. But one thing we had talked about was that I don't typically let nobody into my internal struggle, and I needed to do that. So I talked to Danae about it. Now, we not in a good place here again. And I talked to her about it, and she kind of stonewalled a little bit, just didn't have much to say. But that's when a little bit after that, I decided I couldn't do the marriage anymore. This was in 2021, because she was laughing about it with her mom.
That she was going to commit suicide?
Oh, wow.
She was laughing about it with her mom. I got wind of the conversation. This is after some texts I saw. She was still talking to her mom about the marriage, which wasn't, who can't forgive after all the forgiveness I needed, But this one where I was like, not that she's so bad, in this moment, but it just made it clear how far away from me her heart has turned.
Did you divorce her? Did you say you wanted a divorce by text?
Yeah. At that time, and any time we tried to talk, especially if it involved her mama, she either ended up yelling or she stonewalled, like blank face until I got done talking and had nothing to say. Learned in therapy, she witnessed that about her mom yelling at a man, whatever. I never did, but I didn't do well with no yelling. So I knew this is to do with her mom, and I told her, hey, not only do I can't do this anymore, but this unresolved issue with your mom is a reason why. I don't know if she mentioned that or not, but a lot of people don't know. It had nothing to do with infidelity as far as why I decided I needed to leave. It was because we had talked about restoring the marriage, but pastors, counselors, over and over again, be catching that she had talked to her mom or brought her mom into the marriage, and her mama was very intent on staying in the marriage, giving play-by-plays of how to disrespect me, or whatever. At this point, it was like, I already done checked out. I've been in the guest room over a year. But if we're going to give this a chance, you got to just set the boundary with your mom. I ain't going to put words in your mouth, so I told her, but just let her know you love her, you appreciate her support, but you're committing to this and you need her love to look different. And she kept saying, well, I'll get to it, or not yet, and I'm not ready. And over a year of that, I was like, I got to go.
And so
So saying to me, the thing that drawed the straw is when he tried to tell his wife what he was about to do, and she didn't shrug it off, even to the point where they're making fun of it. Yeah, well, this should have been done already a long time since his mother was involved in all their affairs and business anyway. But right there, it's like I tell you, women don't understand, when a man divorces you, he has to be on his last straw to say, F it, I'm out. That's why when people look at the marriage rate in America, generally, why women will, because you have not put a man to the point where the brink of he has to sit there and cut it off completely. And I think Derrick reached the boiling point completely.
Can I offer just a little bit of, just an alternative narrative or whatnot?
Go ahead.
Okay, if we can recall, and I'm in no way or shape or another defending her, but when you're dealing with somebody with a personality disorder or potential thereof, because this person I'm not treating, but there's a sort of wearing down to the point to where you no longer have any empathy left. Am I making sense? You don't know what's real. You don't know what's lies.
Yes.
You don't know what's lies. You don't know what's manipulation. You don't know what's serious. You don't know anything anymore. You just really don't. And to a certain extent, the mother may have been brought in to be a protective factor against F-boy, because usually what happens with people with personalities is they like to exclude other folks from their family members and their support systems and things like that. Are you following me? And so if somebody has been a flying monkey or a pedestal, and they're getting that sort of narcissistic fuel, and they're being parasitic with attention, being parasitic with all these different things. And then after all of that, it's pretty hard for a lot of people to, have some, oh, I'm going to feel sorry for you. It's pretty hard. Now, be there as it may be. Yes, indeed. He is a human being. He is a brother. Yeah. Nobody wants anybody to go that far. I agree wholeheartedly. But the other side to it is when you give off so much venom in the fish tank is only but so small, you're going to be affected by that very venom too.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I agree.
Just something to think about. You know what I mean? Because she's
I mean,
already.
it's something to ponder about. It's something to ponder about, really. Because like I said, men, we take a lot of abuse. Much I don't like to talk about it, but we do. But the poison has to be so infected where points say either I cut this off or I'm going to, like what he's about to happen, he's about to off himself. You get me?
Yeah.
When you get to a point where, and like I said, the links in the chat room, if you want to come up and conversate, please, let's have the conversation. That I still look at him as one of them dudes said, I don't take him too serious because you pander to an audience that keeps the delusion going. We're all clear as men, correct? But at times, as like any black man, like a brother, I could feel you a little bit. You get me? I have some sympathy, some. But still, at the point, like most of us, we have to know when there has to be a point in life, right? This woman accept your behavior now, that you're going to have to make a decision that you're going to have to cut ties. Because the only reason why she still stay around and you deal with, because let's be honest, you have family with her. And with her, the reason why she want to go, because let's be honest, Danae, what other high value man Danae is going to get after Derrick? Now, mind you, if she goes to a church, she might put herself in a position to get a pastor. You get me? But the problem is going to still be a problem because you have not let go of your goddamn mother. And men are already paying attention to this.
And or even Derrick, because remember, he says, oh, I mean, he kind of indirectly kind of talked about the details of their ex life. You know what I mean? And said, oh, but I'm not going to talk about that. That's for her new husband someday. You know what I mean? Like almost like he has that power over her, and therefore, you know, my thing is this. You know, I don't know if it's true. I'm not in between this man's ears. You know, hopefully, you know, he gets the help he needs if it is indeed true. But it's not an uncommon tactic for people to use to garner, you know, sympathy or whatnot. I mean, it's just, you know, one big public sick escapade being demonstrated. And what's so sad about all this is that the sort of circus continues. You know, I mean, has he learned his lesson? I mean, because somebody who would have learned their lesson would have been like, you know what? Maybe this isn't for me. You know what I mean? Even somebody like Umar or you know, Moise Watkins, kind of to a certain extent have their minutes. you know what I'm saying? You kind of see a little bit of an invisible limit. But this right here is just, you know, so blatantly like, you know, disregarding of another human being, and they have to sit there and live through somebody, you know, being just, you know, blatantly disrespectful and stuff like that. Like, of course, the sisterhood did what they should do. You know, to a certain extent, I don't blame them in regards to this guy here. You know what I mean? But when they lump up these guys here with the rest of us all thinking black men, working black men, respectable black men, you know, who has some level of honor, you know, that's a problem. That's a problem.
It's a big problem, man. It's a big problem. You know, I mean, you see, my thing, I don't really lump everybody into one box per se, but because we're black men, and like I said, the media and society has put us in a certain box, and everybody follows. Only black men with the right media outlets. The pushback is a necessity. It's not something that some people say it's not neat. It's a necessity. Now, you get me? Because when you have to function out this world, they'll look at you as the bad guy, the monster, number one. You get me? Without even doing something small, but just the image alone, the perception is enough. You get me? And it becomes a problem, you know? Especially men that's supposed to do what they need to do to function in society, this weird backward society, personally. Let me keep playing. Yeah.
sent her a text message. She was up, you was upstairs and she was downstairs on the couch.
Yep.
And at that point, that was in what year? 2021?
This is 2022 now. I
So
skipped a whole lot, but
yeah.
2022 now.
2022, you send that. When you said, hey, I'm about to divorce said woman, divorce your wife, how soon did you start entertaining the woman that we see you boot up with on social media?
Boot up.
Yeah.
Pinky.
What's her name? Okay.
I didn't know Pinky until about 2 months after.
2 months after?
Yeah, I didn't entertain anybody. Until I had filed and moved out, I didn't entertain a single woman. I know people think that I did because they saw the picture simultaneously with my announcement to be out. But because, again, I'm private, I didn't want to even announce the divorce. I didn't see any use in it. I'm like, why bring people in after all it's already been caused? But then when I went down to Miami, I had been moved out now, and she had already did the video praying against folks, that kind of thing. I was like, I've been in, so this is me and my experience, not saying she was bad or whatever, but for me, that was a living hell. Being rejected to that degree, being reminded of all the wrong I've done to that degree. Over a year in the guest room. But even though I did a lot of healing in that time, it was tough to feel so disgusting to a person that you still care about. And so whenever I got out of the house, I was like, I need to be surrounded by friends, family, and love. So other friends and family down there in Miami, but the young lady was going to be there as well. And yeah, man, we just enjoyed Art Basel, and that's people taking pictures. And honestly, I didn't care because I was like, y'all don't know my life. I don't want to live under the shadow of what people could think, even though looking at it is kind of careless.
Yeah, you like, I'm with a whole woman. At least make an announcement.
At least in the public eye,
yeah,
for sure.
Make an announcement. Me and my wife respect our privacy. We have decided to dissolve our marriage. And then whatever they see you at that point on,
yeah,
it is what it is.
At that point, it was, again, this ain't no excuse, man. I'm just living and learning in real time.
Of course.
There's some grief there with the kids because we also getting ready to go into Christmas, the first one without the children. And then also actually divorcing is still painful. Even if you grew apart, you don't love the person no more romantically.
No matter how you look at it, it's a death.
It's been over a year since I started that detachment, but I still was feeling some of it. But ultimately, I was trying to be rebuilt up. I didn't went around feeling like the world's greatest big bad wolf. I wanted to be around people that loved me and cared about me. And yes, some of that included feminine energy that just at least liked me as a human.
Right.
It's not even about sex. It's like, man, do you even smile whenever you look at me? I've been coming into rolled eyes and, somebody walking, when she hear me coming in, she walk. Understandably, by the way, let me say that.
Right. There's a lot of built-in failure, a lot of mismanagement of our heart, mismanagement of all that. And then
disappointment, trauma, reiterating the trauma, and, so many different things going on. Probably some stuff apart from me that ain't got nothing to do with me as well. So I understand it, but two things can be true. I understand it, and it was effed up. It was 100%. Messing me up.
No, who want to sit in that? That's why most people get divorced. That's why most people say, I'd rather just start over fresh. I'm going to take these lessons I've learned, and then I'm going to try to do better in the next marriage. But this right here just ain't working.
My mentor told me, though, man, you got that for 5 to 7 years. He was helping coach me through it. I had prepped my mind to be able to endure that. It just was still tough. The reason I actually got a divorce was because I'm like, she's not able to do what needs to be done with her mom. And when she treats me a certain way, there's another person involved that gets treated a certain way because there's another person that is connected to how she feels about it.
That's a puppeteer that's pulling the strings.
To a degree. No, not that. There's another person that, okay, I don't know how to say this, but I don't want this to be taken the wrong way. So our eldest daughter, she may have spoken on this, is darker than the other two.
Oh yeah, she said that. She said she didn't used to like that. She said she didn't like that daughter. She had a lot of resentment towards that daughter.
So me, like in the house as an infant, as a toddler, because she's saying it, and I don't think you might not understand like this.
What it looked like in real time.
In real life, these are experiences.
I can imagine what it looked like.
So I could often intervene or kind of settle things out because I know that she loves that girl. I know that she loves her children. But it was affecting their relationship and how she treated her or how harsh she was or how she talked to her.
And I got that from what she's saying. She's saying that when somebody says that they don't like their child because the dark skin of this child reminds them of the type of women that you preferred, then...
Oh, I'm glad you asked that. Where's the tape? And that's the part I was trying to... That came up again. God damn it. I gotta run that shit again. Where is it? Sometimes I get that. Shit. Man, I'm gonna keep playing. Fair use, guys. Fair use. My final play. Fair use.
It's a different level.
It's a different
and I
level.
didn't understand it, but again, with Grace, it's just like, even she's saying she's trying to work against it. So, all right, family business. We're going to work through this. But I'm the one that saw the 2-year-old go for affection to their mommy and get turned away while the other two light-skinned, or the other one light-skinned at that time, child gets all the love and affection, and the dark-skinned child to see that. I'm the one that hears our dark-skinned child say things reflective of how she feels mommy feels about her.
You mean this?
That even down to our daughter, like I had some issues just like with the complexion of our daughter, because that was the type of woman that he would go after, and I'm not dark, like super dark skinned woman, and our daughter's like a little chocolate little princess. She has it, and I'm just like, how does she look like the women that he wants?
Wow, that's deep.
How does she look like the women that he wants and he desires and he loves? Like, like, I don't understand. It's like they had her even though I carried her.
Woo!
You know what I'm saying? And so
Hold
I had
on.
to work out.
Danae, you got to let that sit. You can't go it, Jesus. You said they had her even though you had her?
They had her even though I carried her. That's what I felt like for a long time. I had to really sit down and
because her skin tone represents the type of women that he would cheat on you with.
Yes.
To Republican room, I know you're in the chat room. If you don't mind, you can come up. I'd like to hear more from your perspective. It will be greatly appreciated. But we're gonna run more on the tape. Fair use.
As everything was in a stagnation or regressing, it wasn't just me getting pushed away or treated a certain way.
Yeah.
And again, I really hope people just approach this with compassion, because I don't think any of us manage all of our emotions perfectly.
Of course not.
And she's done a ton of sacrificing for every one of those kids. I just need to say that because she's not a bad mom.
Right.
But I said the longer that I stay in this space, knowing that she's not going to do what I need her to do, and that therefore that stunts her healing, our reconnection, the longer she's getting put through that, the longer the kids are getting modeled, the disconnection, the resentment and tension remaining. I don't know if she was talking to her mom at that point, but without her making that stance and saying, we committed over here, we were not moving forward. So anytime she got triggered, anytime whatever, it was two people receiving the brunt of that. And somebody had to draw a line and say no more.
I can respect that. Because what you did is give more context behind what she even admitted. And I believe that what you said, she will never deny. She'll say, yep, that was.
But but with all of that, because one thing I noticed, and I hope she'll mind me saying this, is that sometimes she dealt with shame of feeling like she wasn't perfect. She cried about sometimes how she dealt with our daughter. She had a lot of insecurities as a woman, but also as a mother. And so I hope that she knows that it doesn't take away from her love for the kids, her sacrifices for the kids, the things even now I don't see, because we've been co-parents now almost a year. So there's many things she has to take on now that we maybe used to split that's strictly on her, and including our third child. So for anybody, any mom out there that resents their kids for any reason, there's some people that just mad they became parents.
Yep.
It became such a burden. And there's mothers and fathers that deal with that guilt of knowing they don't feel as happy about something that, the kid is involved, but they can't talk to nobody. And what I'm saying is, it don't take away from that. And her love is still genuine, and she's still a good woman.
That's good. I'm glad you said that, which goes back to this Mother's Day post that you made.
Mm-hmm.
What made you do that? Wow.
For the real one, are you saying that Derrick Jaxn is a colorist? The real one knows? I'm curious. You think Derrick said, from what he has said, is a colorist? Fair use.
Maybe you prefer the kind of skin tone?
Let's ask her a question. But let me give it a few more minutes. What's good, D-Rail? Let me give it a few more minutes. Fair use.
Good intentions, for whatever reason, people didn't receive it as such. When you look back, hindsight been 2020, why you believe that wasn't received well?
Well, Shade Room didn't receive it well, and the blogs didn't, but people on my page did. However, I caught wind that she wasn't happy with it. That was my third year posting Mother's Day. For me, and I'm not saying it was the right decision, but the romantic relationship is completely separate from the co-parenting relationship.
True.
So I honored her in real life before Mother's Day about her being a mom. I would send her text to say, thank you for taking on that, especially if the kids went to urgent care or something. Thank you for being the one to take care of that. Thank you for being there, taking off whatever you might be doing for work. So in real life, I honored her. And actually, her mom was there. I brought her flowers. I had the kids pick something up.
The day before, she told me that.
Yeah, that was a regular thing, though. As co-parents, I'm like, we may have, our chapter is closed romantically, but we still are teammates when it comes to them.
She said the reason why it was kind of backhanded compliment is because you blocked her on social media. So how can you block somebody but then make a message or an affirmation post without them, quote unquote, seeing it?
So I had to block her because before y'all interview, she was throwing around our picture online. She was in her stories. She had a whole webinar called The Cheating Husband Stories. It was like, when I saw that you had titled It Breaks Her Silence, I was like, broke what? It was already broken because she had been. But for me, I wanted to allow her, if she want to express or tell her that I don't deserve a space to speak on what's valid and what's not. And so I was kind of letting her do a thing, but I can only handle so much. If she's doing all of this, people are sending. So I blocked her. Like, I can't handle that. And I don't want to start retaliating or, whatever, speaking as well. So I didn't say anything about her at all outside of Happy Mother's Day. But I honored her in real life. I honored her out loud online the same way I had the 2 years prior because it was separate. And I meant everything I said in there about her being a great mom. But yeah, I had blocked it and I unblocked it because I was trying to tag her, but her settings won't let me tag her. But yeah, that was it. And I took it down when, she's not comfortable with that. Fine, no big deal.
Yeah, and be honest with you, I wasn't following her around to know what she was saying about you. And in all sincerity, like which I told her, which I had to do a pre-interview, I questioned her mental stability. So I didn't want to bring on the podcast and explore it. I was like, something is off with her. So then when people kept saying, you need to talk to her, then I talked to her on the phone and I was like, oh, she really cool. She really cool. Well, all right, well, come on. Because if she was dealing with any type of mental illness and that type of stuff, I didn't want to exploit that.
Yeah.
And so when I was talking to her, I said, oh, she funny. She cracking jokes. Because even when she would talk about the infidelity, she'll be joking about it, which made me feel like she was so far removed that she was healed from it. Because I would say, if you can laugh about something, and she was like, yeah, they were passing the hallway. Yeah, I was one of the girls. So I like it when people get to the place where they can laugh at some of their dumb decisions and be able to acknowledge what was right, what was wrong, and talk about her own faults in it or whatnot. And so that's what made me say, all right, come on, Dear Future Wifey Podcast and have this conversation.
Yeah.
Okay. New person in the panel, Melinda, 1973, the Big 5-0. Let's go, Melinda.
Hey there. Hey, everybody, panel and chat. Thank you for inviting me up. Okay. I guess I'll start with this little part right here. What this man just said that I don't know what his training is, what his education, and I guess I don't know if he's a psychologist or if he's licensed, but him thinking that Danae is healed because she's laughing about trauma, and going up passing other women on the stairs. I guess they were in college, as they were taking turns, having relations with Derrick.
Or they call it situation.
Yeah, well, but I mean, it was carnal relations, but I'm just thinking the fact that he's thinking she was healed. This woman is not healed. I don't care how much makeup you put on somebody and what a new wardrobe will do. It's like the fact that he didn't pick up on that just because she's laughing. Sometimes people express, trauma in different ways. They people cry, some people laugh, but clearly she's not over all that stuff. But if you want to listen to a little bit more, because I have a comment on what you said earlier, so we can listen to some more.
Yeah. This is almost done. I'm gonna give it another 10 minutes.
Okay. Cool. All right.
She ain't crazy. She's different, and she's like an awkward black girl.
Yeah.
And then also, I hope everybody understands. She's been, and I had to understand this myself. She's been brought to some limits that I wouldn't wish
most people
would fold somehow.
Yep.
So there's no blueprint on how to handle this. When she first met me, I was a college football player and I loved to write poetry, but that was it. And now I've become this kind of sort of household name, especially in the black community. Her friends, family, coworkers, cousins, they posted about me and wanted to do it. Like, she's gotten kind of thrust into something I don't know if either of us knew was going to happen.
Right.
Nor do I think she really would have signed up for. So no, there's no blueprint in how she's handling everything. There are certain things she's done I still think is kind of crazy. I mean, just keeping it G with you. Whenever she said God took over her body and told the demon in me that I was going to die and go broke, I was like, that is bizarre. I'm not safe here. But the girl ain't crazy,
What
man.
do you think about when she made the post that you was talking about people who speak negative about you, that God was going to kill their kids and everything else?
I was confused because she wouldn't talk to me still. So
because she was acting like y'all was Team Jaxn.
We was not Team Jaxn, and I was like, huh? Like, because anytime trying to just have a cordial conversation, she wasn't interested. And I was like, okay, well, this is her boundary. Now that I've, you know what I'm saying, moved out the house or whatever. But then when I saw that, I was like, you would think we were still married and she got my back or whatever. And how I've kind of made sense of it now is maybe it was just kind of a little bit of both. Maybe it is, I don't rock with you or whatever, but maybe she was treating it as because we're legally still married, or maybe she had some hope or something like that. She's not gonna just cover me in prayer. She's gonna cover herself in prayer, but me as well. And that's warfare prayer, man. Like, I understood it. And that's light compared to what I've gotten in real life. That was PG, that was safe, that was Barney.
Well, it offended a whole lot of people. Because he was talking about killing their kids and God's going to do it. So I said, I know God loves you. When I looked at it, when I saw it, I was like, I know God loves you, Danae, and God loves Derrick, and y'all are all his kids. But I promise you, if he didn't just start killing people for killing his own son, he sure ain't going to kill him for talking bad about you and Derrick.
But she learning, man. She, I mean, you want a war in the spirit.
Yeah.
You want to speak against those things that are trying to operate against God's plan for your life. But I think that, you know, like, she's just still sharpening that. But
Right.
she meant well. That's all.
And so y'all still going through a divorce now? Is the divorce final?
No, we moving it along as fast as we can, but it's still a process. And no, so legally we are still married.
And do you desire to get married again?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because I don't think your past has to dictate your future. I don't think just because you failed at something, maybe you were the one that sabotaged and jacked it up like me, or maybe you just you got done wrong and, you know, you endured it. But I don't think we have to look at how things went in the past at any point and say, never again will we ever have a chance. I still value marriage. I still value family. I understand some things now I didn't before. Not only understand, I've prepared differently, and I'm preparing going into it again. But when the time comes, I ain't in no hurry.
Right.
But I want to make sure when God aligns my person, you know, she gets the best of me, and, you know, we don't repeat the same issues as the past.
When you, do you look at yourself as being single now, even though you're legally married?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so you move like a single man?
To a large degree. I'm moving like a single man who's focused on his children and his healing and personal growth. So, you know, I may spend time with people I wouldn't normally spend if I was in a marriage, but I'm not developing anything.
Yes, hustler.
So he said he's a single married father? That's what it sounds like he's saying?
Well, by legally, because they're not really completely divorced legally, he moving like, you know, he's single, but still in a, you know, attachment. Cause I think it takes a while for people to get like dissolve a marriage, because everyone has to work out paperwork, what she gets, you know, or, you know, because he's gonna be giving her her ends so it could, you know, move on with life. You know,
He could have just said separated. Sheesh.
He's basically been living the life of a single man. I mean, he was cheating when they got married. So he's never, ever, he's just been married on paper. Marriage was just a formality or something with them. But this man he's always done what he wanted to do. So he's never really, I think when he got caught and it was kind of exposed, he was like, oh, okay, shoot, what the heck? But apparently all his lies still haven't gotten people away from his channel. So, I mean, it's miraculous to me, but I'll go back on mute.
That's a good point.
Somebody's about to give him some sympathy booty, though.
speak up. I'm Deacon, just a little bit. So I can hear you.
Somebody's about to give him some healing booty. You know how people like that injured. You know, they need a Build-A-Bear. You know, I'll be the one to you know, help rescue. You know, Derrick Jaxn.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he ain't gonna publicly admit it, but something's going on.
Yes, indeed. All right, let me. It's almost done. Fair use.
Towards nothing. I got my focus really on my kids because, like, again, we've been co-parents for the last almost year, and it's them who didn't choose to be a part of any of this.
Anything you want to leave the audience with what would you like to say? What's on the heart of Derrick Jaxn? And what would you like to say? Whether it's to, matter of fact, I don't even want you speaking to the women. I want you to speak to the brothers that may be in the same situation as you've been in, feel like, you know, they've tried, they've mismanaged their marriage, cheated, whatever. What would you say to those brothers that, as they always say, well, he can't tell me nothing, when we've been in them shoes before?
First off, you're not alone. You're not alone in how you cope. You're not alone in what you struggle in. You're not alone in that guilt and shame. You're not alone in feeling unheard and unseen and like you don't matter. You're not alone in feeling like, you know, you're just about being a good behavior and everybody wants you to do right and don't nobody care if you're okay. You're not alone in feeling like, you know, your woman can use her intuition to see if you're cheating, but she ain't using that same intuition to see if you're at peace and if you're happy. There are other men who feel the same way. I felt the same way. And let me also say, it's not always somebody else's fault. I don't even believe in relationship problems as much as I used to. I believe we have internal problems that we bring into a relationship. So for everything that you feel, and even though you're not alone, your wife, your girl, she ain't the enemy either. She ain't the cause either. And if you're like me and you're reactive, you're apart from your masculine role. We're supposed to be the standard. Femininity is supposed to be the responsive agent. So what that means is, instead of getting in a relationship thinking, like me, I'm speaking from where I feel like I really dropped the ball, so hopefully you don't. Instead of feeling like, well, as long as she do me right and pour into my cup and so on and so forth, I'm gonna do right, that's a recipe for disaster, man. Of course, you don't want to do a good woman wrong, but it should be about you being a good man to your standards, your principles, regardless of that woman's behavior. And if she's not good enough to do right by, probably best to go ahead and let her go. That's not me preaching. That's me hopefully trying to reach somebody, you know, who still has a family, and you have the opportunity to keep that intact, or you have the opportunity to keep it from suffering such humiliation and such damage before, you know, it eventually fizzles out. And honestly, I will speak to women as well as men. No matter what decisions you've made, if you've been the villain like me or the victim like I have at times as well, don't let that define your ambition going forward. You may have messed up, but you have value to offer this world, and you got value to offer somebody in love. So maybe you was a part of a pattern like me and you stepped out, and that's the big sin, but maybe you had a pattern of sabotage. Maybe you had a pattern of overreacting, never trusting, closing down, whatever your pattern is. It doesn't have to be your future. And that's for any woman that done chose the wrong man over and over again, endured the wrong thing over and over again, or any man that's endured the wrong thing over and over again, or chose wrong, etc. That's all.
Dating industry and give women fluff.
Mm.
You see, they
Derrick Jaxn. We all know Derrick Jaxn making bang.
He gonna speak to the women anyway. Even when the host, even when the host told him not to, it's like he can't help himself. He's sick.
He got to. He got to. The money had to keep
between the lines. He was speaking to Danae. That I've seen him do this before. Y'all really, excuse me for interrupting. Like, I'm so sorry. I don't know if I have a slight delay or what, but I'm sorry I interrupted somebody. He's done this before where he'll be talking and he gives mixed messages, and it's like he's still dangling a carrot to her on it. It was like another thing he did where he's making it seem like there's still a chance for their marriage. So, I mean, again, Chaos, I would like for you to take off any manosphere lens and really try to look at this.
This is not manosphere lens.
Okay. Well, some of you said earlier, I was like, oh my God. Okay. I know.
Order in which we live today. Continue.
Okay. Well,
with all due respect, and let me take the interruption back. I am red to black. I will say that much. And I do have a very strong clinical background. So I would concede to the point that he does have narcissistic traits with the push and pull and dangling the carrot or whatnot, just so we can have that sort of door open for narcissistic supply.
Yeah, he certainly does. But he's truly damaged, and she is too. Real one was right about that. I think they're codependent, and they've been doing this sick dance forever. But I think Chaos, when you can't apply things like I think you said earlier something like, well, will she find another high value man after this? Derrick's not high value. And I'm thinking, y'all, anybody using high value man is not high value man, because no one really uses that. It just, that's just my opinion of that. Derrick,
you know why
we
I
have
say
to
that?
count integrity, but she can marry out and find, somebody else. So that won't be hard to find for her. She's a beautiful woman, but I think I would rather her get healed mentally. Something like a marriage is not necessarily a savior to a lot of people. So, and I think it's been weaponized in these spaces a lot. So I mean, Danae's highly educated, and so that's not something that'll save Danae a marriage. She obviously has some problems, and I would hate for whoever's Derrick will marry. It'll be the same thing. These people are not healed. But I'll go on mute. Then I want to respond to something you said earlier too.
Well, you gotta keep in mind. The reason why I use that word very loosely, the high value, is because there's a lifestyle that her and Derrick now, let's say, have consumed, and we all know once you touch the top fruits of the tree, it's hard to taste anything less than that. That's why I refer the high value piece. You get me? Not saying she can't find another person. She's a church woman. She goes to church. Any woman could possibly find some mate. I mean, there are some men still in church. That's my check. But Deacon, you were about to say something?
I was about to say, they both are very much damaged or whatnot. I know there was a point put out there that there's a chance that she can get married again. I mean, I vehemently disagree, because any guy with some level of some sense, seeing that the sort of judgment that she made after experiencing trauma and not developing herself and going through the channels of healing, that's enough right there, only to continue with somebody with that level of sickness themselves or whatnot. So that would tell me or anybody else who's has something going for themselves, that person's untouchable. And why would I want somebody who chose their first and their primary, their best, to give their best and their all to somebody who's trash? Why would I go after that? And land my plane there.
Yeah, okay. First of all, how do I put this delicately? Yes, a man will still marry her, even with this. I think y'all are putting some type of
Really?
almost like, no. Well, listen, I mean, because you're coming from a position of that men are in this position of coming from a perfection standpoint. Yes, she'll get married again, and she can, and yes, a man will with all her baggage, she can still find a man. I think y'all are applying some type of a lofty type of how would I put it? A man who can afford that doesn't care. And I said this the other day on the panel. Men who really have something and they can, she can get counseling, and they can have a comfortable life. They don't care about the stuff and this pickiness that I think that men who really don't have that care about. And that's what I've noticed. It's like women are not in need of that, like of marriage. Like I'm pro marriage. But what I'm saying is, y'all are acting like that it's a necessity, like it maybe used to be. So I think what you think that marriage is to what you might think it is, it's really not. It's not what that is. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Well,
so you're not a prize. It's not a prize. So that's what I'm trying to say. So you're not doing her a favor by marrying her. She can find someone.
We most definitely ain't being done a favor, because she's considered a liability. I could tell you the truth a little bit about me, right? Just as an archetype in the circles I run around. Okay, I'm Sigma Pi Phi Boule. Okay, Kappa Alpha Psi member, Ivy League educated, not one institution, 3 institutions, with a PhD, and you better ask about my reputation because I got it to spend. Okay, I'm an owner.
That's so basically. So that's not important to some people.
Wait a minute. Can I
right.
please? I did not interrupt you, ma'am. I did not. Okay, to date somebody like that, that damage will be considered a liability. Okay, maybe she will get married or whatnot, but maybe not to the caliber of somebody who she would have initially done should she have gotten the healing on the front end. Well, nobody would have known, but this public, this damaging, and even, the bad judgment, even after, experiencing trauma, that's the first thing you're thinking about is jumping into a relationship, especially when you're constantly being triggered. So to a certain extent, we can't sit up here and use victimhood as a veil or a blank check for the lack of good judgment. We just can't.
Oh no, I'm actually not even using victimhood at all. Quite the contrary. What I'm saying is that to try to, I guess, men are these days trying to, especially black men, I've noticed, trying to weaponize marriage like then you wouldn't choose her or whatever. But at the same time, people can conceal all manner of mental illness. People can hide that type of stuff for a long time. So if men were this great at choosing, we wouldn't have a divorce rate like we do. So I just think that it's this, y'all are coming from this like a high and mighty place that it doesn't even, it's like, who cares? I mean, really, and I do mean to be flippant about that. It's like, so what, you wouldn't pick her? Who are you? Even with the things that you've amassed, I'm just saying that she might not be looking for someone like you anyway. Maybe this time she'll want maybe another race or someone who has who can be trusted, who's trustworthy, has good character, and things like that. So
statistically, women initiate the divorces. You say we're using?
Yeah, women do. Yes, women certainly do.
So how?
So obviously, and so women aren't caring about all this. If women will leave a guy, apparently some of these things that accoutrements of wealth or something, or just people having money, because that's not really wealth. It doesn't matter to everyone.
All I'm saying is, we always like to look for the Cinderella story. We always like to look for anecdotal or the exception, but generally, and by virtue of statistics, it's very much unlikely that she will be remarried to somebody.
You don't know that, and you don't know it.
No.
I don't hold my breath.
Right, but
I will too.
Her marital state shouldn't even matter to you all. That's the thing. That's because it's almost like that's all y'all feel like you have to weaponize. Literally, I'm kind of picturing like this. Yeah, picture you go back in time and y'all are trying to use a key to a car that doesn't work anymore, like a remote that doesn't work to anything. That doesn't work anymore. So it just doesn't. This woman will be fine. She may not be hungry for going out and being married again, but marriage but other men, there's depth and stuff like that I've noticed. So we don't know that. We don't know if she's even looking for that again. So you can't predict whether or not she'll be married. You don't know what another man will do.
Could you show me
let me add this, Deacon, before you say it, let me add this. Can I go through the second what do you call it, interview with Danae? And one thing is evident, she knows her mental illness. And the strange thing about it, she went and I guess went to go get therapy, find a psychiatrist, right? And for her own mouth, she went through a dozen or a couple of them. So she found one that she said was suitable for her, right? So it makes me think that when we talk about mental illness, there's always some therapy, and I'm not sure what therapy she's looking for, but if you're going to one and you're going to more than multiple, it seems you look for one that's going to cater to the things that you're going through and say, hearing not only honest truth, but ways to really find ways to slowly heal and cope properly. That's
not why chaos.
Therapy shop.
No. Stop. This is why because if this is the other shoe of the man, and we listen, I say, brother, you look for someone to comfort you, but you actually help, and you go for more than 3 therapists, right? White and black, and you had to keep going and firing until you find one. I had to question you because what's wrong with the therapists? They had to go for multiple of them. That means you look for one that's going to sit there, that's going to cater to your illness. So you want to hear what you want to hear. Kamara, it is a business. Some therapists are going to do the job, and some are just going to look at you and they're going to look at the track record. Kamara, they talk, they go through things. And if I wish Steve was here, he could probably validate this. That most people, why they don't like going to therapy, because they don't want to hear the actual honest truth about themselves and find ways what I should do. And they want to hear from a person that's a clinical practitioner to tell them straight and say, this is what you have to do, this, that. They're going to care to your feelings, but they're going to have to give you the real honest truth, just like a doctor. If you're going to die, he's going to tell you, you're going to die. If you don't do this, that's it.
Cash, you're making a lot of assumptions. First of all, there's way too many.
An assumption.
Oh, wait. DK,
There's not so much assumptions that based on what we know about him.
So ridiculous.
DK, what you say?
Can I please? Okay, can I please reply to that? All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's this modality called DBT, and within DBT, there's something called therapeutic interfering behaviors. Okay, therapy searching and shopping is one of the things that does happen. It is a frequent thing. Okay, so I think that we could try to move the goalposts or do whatever the case may be. It is very much a thing, or whatever the case may be. I can understand if it's a modality that you might not necessarily gel with, which there's tons and tons of variety of theoretical approaches and practices or whatnot. But if at about 3, you continue to have problems and stuff like that, then that means that you probably just don't want to reflect on some of the healing that needs to be done. Healing is a painful process. Refusing to heal is very much suffering. So this is what's been going on. People will continue to suffering without the healing. And that's what therapeutic shoppers do. You can look it up.
Okay.
First of all, variables to that. Sometimes the easiest thing might be just easiest. But you're making an assumption that she's looking for someone to cater to her illness. First of all, it could be that the times aren't working. It could be that she might not, something about a person might trigger her. Anything. Maybe she prefers a woman. Maybe the distances. You all are drawing conclusions that don't even make sense. It doesn't even have to be all that, and I think this is what I'm saying.
The strength of the evidence. I'm gonna stop you there.
Speaking.
The strength of the evidence. Well, I'm not gonna let you sit up here and lie.
Well, she at least was looking for therapy.
Make any sense? You can go on.
It does make sense. You don't have to. Doctor shopping is not necessarily what she was doing. My goodness.
You can filter out African American. You can filter out distances. You can filter out distance therapy or whatnot. And if distance doesn't work, you can go into person or whatnot. If you had time then to start the initial session, you have time to follow through. It's whether or not you're committed. One of the first things therapists
you don't know her reasoning. I'm just saying you're making assumptions.
No, I don't. But it's
right,
just fishy.
And it doesn't even need to go that far.
It is fishy. That's all I'm saying.
It's not. Well, it's not fishy. It may not be fishy.
Yes. You said something, Deacon?
No, I'm saying you do have a point. You do have a point. Okay. 3 is a lot.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but like I said, I'm just learning. So at times, this is what I'm drawing in conclusion personally, but like I said, I don't have these mental illness like that. So I'm somewhat lucky. But for everybody that's going through trauma, everybody copes differently. But at the end of the day, you got to go seek the help eventually. You get me? And that
if they choose to, people don't have to if they don't want to.
Well, if they don't want to, Melinda, and obviously what the outcomes they face, they're going to continue to deal with outcomes, and that's out of our control. You get me?
Suffering, as I stated before.
Suffering, yeah, it's suffering, yeah. Hustler, you have anything to say?
Yeah, sure. What was I saying? I'm not gonna say it's about assumption. It's just based on what we know. Because if Denia does get married again, she can't go into a new marriage already broken because of what Derrick Jaxn did to
Why
her.
are
All
y'all
these
so worried
years.
about this woman? Can you focus on Derrick Jaxn? He's a man that cheated with over 100 women. This
Well, we
obviously
talked
said
about
that.
Derrick Jaxn
Can we talk
already,
about
didn't
this
we?
man?
Yeah,
And
we
that's what I'm saying. You black can quit worried about women. So much. Look, this is Derrick Jaxn's interview this time. Can we can focus on Derrick? Y'all stay
We
so
already
focused
talked
on
about
women
Derrick
stuff.
Jaxn, did we not?
Talk about men.
We talk about men all the time on these kind of
And about her
podcasts. We talk
getting
about what
married.
Derrick
You
Jaxn
have
did. Let's talk about his
listen.
wife.
You're not in her income range anyway. Why y'all worry about this? What this woman's marriage will be?
What does that have to do with anything? What does income got to do with
So it
this?
doesn't even matter. Her marriage is
Well,
with none of your business. Like
I
her
didn't say
future
it was
marriage is
any
none
of
of your
my
business.
business. I don't want
Y'all
it to
stay
be
worried
any of
about
my
the wrong
business.
stuff.
I don't care. I'm just
You're
stating a
worried about
fact.
the wrong
If she
stuff.
goes into a new marriage broken, then it's not gonna help her any. She gonna inflict the same trauma that she
Derrick will be
experienced
broken
from
too.
Derrick on the
Derrick
next
is
guy.
a cheater who will go into anything else broken. So
Okay,
so Derrick as
we'll
well.
concede,
Okay.
we'll concede
Focusing
to
on
that
this
one. But
woman.
Derrick got his issue. Okay, yeah.
Why
all
are
right,
you worried about
They
her
both got issues,
going?
really.
What is her going into another relationship of concern of yours? I'm just asking. Instead of us just looking at
Because
the
she can't go
pathology,
into a new relationship broken because of.
so what?
She got
Everyone
to get
goes.
the help first, okay? She needs to get
So
the
is
help
everyone
first.
who gets married unbroken? Are there unbroken people going into marriages today? Are there people who've endured trauma and are cheating or narcissists who going into
And
marriage
those
today?
people don't need to be getting married, plain and simple.
Well,
You can't
then
go
no
into
one
a
would be married.
relationship
Then no one
with
would be
all your
married.
baggage, bring it into the
Most people
doggone
are
marriage.
broken. Most people are broken, so then no one would be married.
I'm not going to say most people are broken, but I will say this. A lot of people, everybody got baggage. Everybody got some issue. Ain't nobody 100% put together. We ain't talking about that. We're talking about a woman that's clearly got issues that don't make her quite fit to be in a relationship. Hell, her and Derrick got issues that don't make them fit to be in a relationship.
People who get married every day. So I mean, explain that.
And how long do those marriages last?
See, this is
So we're gonna use the
it's out of
exception as a
y'all's depth,
standard.
and y'all are trying.
No,
Danae will
let's
be
not
fine.
use the exception.
Danae will be fine. So I know y'all worried about her future marriages for whatever reason.
She won't be if she doesn't get the healing, and it's not like we're knocking her.
That's not.
It's not like we're
Nobody's knocking her.
You make people go into people.
saying what she needs
Do
to
y'all know
do.
that therapy is continuous? It's not just some people have been in therapy 30, 40 years.
No, therapist isn't supposed to be continuous. You can look it up. It's called. Wait a minute. You. This is hilarious. You can look up evidence-based interventions or whatnot. Therapy ain't supposed to be continuous because it infringes on the self-determination of the person after you bestow them with the tools that they need so they can heal themselves. So let's stop with the lying here. Okay, you're not dealing with any fool. You're not. You can try that with other people.
I'm not lying. You don't have to get emotional. I don't need to get emotional. People can go to therapy as long as if they feel like they need it. Therapy's open to people to go to therapy. So they can. Well, they can. You might not be able to stay at the same therapist for 30 years, but you can go to therapy. Maybe something else. Maybe one part of therapy unlocks something else that you need to deal with. Right. People have the right to get counseling and therapy as long as they want to.
No, they don't.
I would say,
okay. And what about people who go to AA?
Linda,
I'm sorry. Is AA a form of therapy?
No, it's not. It's actually
not exactly.
Really? Okay. So people go to AA forever, and after they finish the steps, why do they keep going? Forever? They start them over.
No. There's therapeutic interventions, and it's called treatment dosage response. After you get to a certain point, the treatment isn't as effective as it was at a
dosage.
Certain time.
That would imply there's medicine.
You could the treatment dosage response does apply to therapy. Look it up.
Medication.
You know how
medication.
Let me go on ahead and send you an article because I'm that empirical guy. You didn't mess with the wrong one. Trust me.
Melinda, let me say this. Melinda. While everybody's watching, please like the stream and support if y'all can. Like this. If I can remember. Damn, that almost slipped my head. It's gonna get back.
And somebody said in the comments that neither one of these two are going to be successful in the event that they move on. That's the part I've been trying to make all along.
No, that's not
They're
the point
both
you were
broken.
making. And whoever
They're
said
both
that, I don't
broken.
see the
So I can't
comment.
imagine
But
either of them
you're
moving on
right.
so they
But
get
the
where
thing
they
is, what
need
I've
to
noticed
be.
is these males tend to want, they're this modern woman type of thing. It's like they want to make sure Danae doesn't find it. And guess what? She's a woman. She will. And I know that bothers y'all. Don't worry about what
It
Danae
don't bother us.
yeah, well, but you focus on that instead of seeing this man up there on the stage with all sorts of red flags coming out. And y'all won't even
Now I remember.
talk
We
about
just talked
it.
about Derrick
You're not
Jaxn
even
for a whole
mentioning
2
that.
hours.
Guys, let me say this.
What
Now I
men
remember.
do this? This is so.
Let me say this, Melinda. We all could come to the conclusion, because Danae admit this, that she know the man was all right, screw around while they're meeting in college. The biggest question I should ask: why would you stay with a man and you already know he's already stepping out? Even to the point you're in this, you're out this. It's like you gotta make a decision. You already know he has already access to other women, and it's already been prevalent while you're in school, even out of school, even go as far as staying in it. So she know what she was getting into, and still stay. It's only Derrick had to make the decision now to let it go, because what he said before. And trust me, if the money was not involved, personally, from how I'm looking at this, they would still be married. She would not have ended the divorce.
Chaos. The fact that you even think that
I'm not finished. Even to the point she said that she initially divorced back in, was it 2020, I believe? So I say, why you didn't go through with it? Matter of fact, even first of all, you shouldn't got married, but let's say you're married and now why you didn't go through with it? Because she's still bonded with this dude to the point he had to pull the plug now. So
this is not about her mother. And
when you come to stop. When you're comfortable and you make a decision to stay with a man that you know he's already messing around and keep messing around, now you are solidifying the cheating to the point that it doesn't really matter now. So the only person that ended this relationship was Derrick. Now, to me, it better off he was upfront and honest. But we all know how the nature of people like to lie and try to keep playing the fence. But I say this, and I say this so people hear this. It's going to come to a point, no matter what age you might as well be honest if you're going to deal with this day market here. And make people make decisions if they want to stay or go or entertain. All this game and guessing, not getting nobody nowhere. Because we having these babbles and nonsense, and we already know from videotape 1-2 and 1-2 from Danae and Derrick, it's evident that both y'all better off staying with each other. Because
no, they aren't. The fact that you even say that.
I wouldn't go that far.
Stop. Hold on, stop. No one doesn't want both of them. Be honest with you. I don't care if they have money or she's gonna get money from him. Just by the infinite expose their flaws. If anybody decides to entertain both Derrick and Danae, good luck. Now I see some in the back.
People date flawed people every day.
Deacon.
Like, gosh.
All right. I'm gonna share this because Deacon just put some in the back.
Oh yeah, that's treatment dosage response. I mean, that's you're not meant to be in therapy.
All right, hold on, I'm gonna pull up now. All right. Can y'all see this? Let me move this because this is in the way. All right. I'm
okay. So I just want to know. I mean, this is a peer-reviewed research article. You mentioned medicine in which this was adapted from. I'm just curious as to what you were stating about therapy not being tied to a certain amount of sessions. I just want to know.
No, I said that dose would imply that there's medication. It says the psychotherapy dose response effect and its implications for treatment delivery services.
Okay,
is this regarding a medication?
Psychotherapy? No, to psychotherapy.
Okay, psychotherapy, but you people do give medications along with psychotherapy too.
No. In this case, you will find.
So the psychotherapy is a dose.
Wait a minute. Pharmacotherapy is actually medication. You'll see medication not received in this article. I can promise you. Hey, why don't you go ahead and put Control F, Chaos Rain? See if you see medication there.
Control
I want to bet my bottom dollar is not there.
That Control F. It's not doing. Let me scroll down because for some reason it's not working. I think because I have a share screen. Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, psychotherapeutic treatment.
Tell me if you see something. I'm scrolling down.
Okay, so in a nutshell,
So the psychotherapy is considered a dose.
no, it is a dose as respective to a particular session within a block of.
So a session or something is considered. So that's another name for doses in that
Yes,
field.
yes,
Okay.
yes. I'm just saying. You see here, this abstract will only focus on a review to illustrate what dosage of psychotherapy is required to produce a clinically meaningful effect, meaning that after a while, it won't be effective anymore. Or if it's too minimum, it won't be effective. There's a Goldilocks zone. I'm just saying.
So are people barred from getting therapy if they want to continue getting therapy other places? So people can go to therapy as long as they want.
Not for years. Not for years. It's
but they can. What's stopping them?
No, the therapist can terminate them and say, hey,
no, not that therapist. If they want to go to another therapist.
Now, if they choose to do it or whatever the case may be, it's not on that particular therapist. But if that's what they want to do, they can do it. But the therapist, it's incumbent upon the therapist to recommend that they sit out for a while. You can't tell people what they want to do or whatever the case may be, but it's not somebody's rights, as you stated earlier, for somebody to see a practitioner.
I said a different practitioner. You don't have to see the same.
No. That's not what you said. I mean,
yes, I did. I said you can go to another one. Who's going to see the same person? Might not be alive for 30 years.
You just now said that. You just now said
that. I said if they want to go, if let's say whatever incident they had, they feel like it brought up some more traumas. So now they want to go to another therapist. People do remain in therapy for a long time, not necessarily to the same therapist.
Okay.
I'm just saying, but there's nothing stopping a person, the individual, for getting therapy all their life. That's what I said, and I was clear about it.
How about this? If you could quickly, let me go on ahead and send you this other article. It says,
this is probably the last article because I'm pushing almost 4 hours.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, but you can start from one more article, and then this.
Okay, hold on.
I'm gonna stop this. Make sure you guys like the stream. Yeah. Because this is learning, so I'm learning something as we go along. So
hold on for a second. Yeah. I'm gonna just respect your time. I'll do it a whole nother day. But in a nutshell, it is called treatment interfering behaviors. Okay, where somebody can interfere with their own treatment by going to therapist, the therapist, or whatever the case may be, not following up or following through homework or any of the things that they need to do for their healing process. When people hear something they don't like, when people aren't necessarily ready, and then they go to someone else to tell them something that
is Derrick in therapy.
I'm sorry?
Is Derrick Jaxn in therapy?
He said some things that indicate that there's a strong possibility he is, or that they are.
He tried to commit suicide
because he said, like, for example, he used the term stonewalling. When he used the term stonewalling, that implied that he and Denai were at the very least in couples therapy at one time, because that comes from the Gottman.
Right. Somehow. Oh my internet.
Yeah, and chaos.
Wait a minute. Can I finish?
Okay. I didn't know you were still talking about that. I really have no interest in to hear any more about that. Thank you.
Anyway,
my question was answered.
As I said before, Derrick Jaxn was recommended to go to therapy, as he said that he was going to kill himself. We were basically recommended that he needed support himself. Did we not? Hustler and Muscler and Chaos? Did we not? Did we not say that?
Yes, we did address that. We did address that.
Okay. So the little snippet that you're hearing right now You want us to redirect to,
I
you know,
feel sorry.
only
Yeah, anyone, if he's had
well, anyway,
suicide
as I was
attempt and wanted
continuing to
to, any
say,
woman
and I'm
getting
going to
together is
continue
going
to
to be
filibuster
trouble.
because you continue
That's
to
not
disrespect
filibustering.
me. Hey, I'm going to just do what you
I
just
would like
did.
to address
No, I
chaos.
said
I had
I'm
a
going to
question for
continue to
chaos.
filibuster.
I had
Hey,
a
Yeah,
question for chaos.
hey,
this
you
will be
want
the
to
last
continue
question.
to, I can
This will be the last question.
Okay,
Okay.
fair enough.
Yeah, and
Chaos. I
it's actually regarding you were just mentioning the Danae's mother, and you said that they'd still be married if not for her mother. This girl had gotten out of the hospital. She'd been in the hospital for a long time. Went to a safe haven, which is her mom. Her mom knew Derrick was bad news. I think anyone's seeing Derrick would know that definitely bad news. It's like her mother was not the reason for them to divorce, and you're trying to apply some level of integrity and character to Derrick. And I think to most men that is severely lacking. And so when you make statements, it literally I just shake my head because it's like, no, that would be in the case. You can't apply like those types of positive characteristics to every man. I mean, so I think that was problematic.
Okay. My response, men are not perfect, women are perfect. From what I'm hearing from Derrick's side, and Danae did not really talk much about her mother, but I hear a lot from Derrick's side is telling right there and expect. Now, in regards to what she's facing, like I said, you get the help needed. Your mother's there for, wherever she need be there. But as you get married, at times as a married unit, I gotta work it out eventually. If she's in close proximity for every little situation, it seemed to me that you're not at the point where you had to trust what you learn and your judgment and your husband has worked it out. I mean, we have family members that's been married a long time, and last time I checked, if the mother was still alive, those really involved in their own affairs every second. It's not normal.
Derrick
my
is a
opinion.
sociopath. So again, we're not talking about a normal marriage and a normal man. This was dangerous. This man was cheating and was living away from his home, even cheating. I don't think y'all are looking at this for what it really is.
No, chaos. In all fairness,
Stop. No.
I think they never should have married. That's what. So we can be on that, but quit acting like just because they got married, they need to make it work.
Melinda, your fight is more than us. The whole purpose they should not got married. Period. Now, once you decide to say I do or whatever, you already know what you get into. If like a man, if I know I'm dealing with a crazy chick and I'm married, and then all of a sudden I must divorce, that's on me. And I already know what I get into.
Right.
And you can get out of it too.
After all, men control access to marriage. So yeah.
Stop. We're not gonna go back for it with this shit. We know what it is and what it is. If this is the same foot on it, we have no argument with this. And trust me, she know what the fuck she's getting into. And the one thing that got mad at me all this, don't say nothing. What I got mad at all this is that you continue. And there's one thing the Spirit said, and when we talking about bad man or narcissist or whatever you want to call man, once you spot it, you know too. You exit stage left. Once you stay, you are actually in contempt. Just like if I know I'm doing a crazy woman and I stay, I am in contempt. And that is the end of it. Now, any closing remarks? Mapping out screws. I don't want to do no closing remarks. Thank you, Melinda. Thank you also, Musler. Deacon, you have any closing remarks?
The closing remarks is I think I actually made that very same point earlier about how people use other family members and relatives to kind of shield themselves from any sort of manipulation or whatever the case may be. Hybrid Cuts Out, man. Thanks for having me on the panel.
Thank you.
Like I said, I'm not the type to really stomp mud on people's carpet like that. So I apologize in that regard. And thanks for having me here. All right.
Thank you, Deacon. And like I said, when you do a panel, if I'm available, I'll email you. All right.
Okay. Hit me right there, and just so you can get the link.
Yeah. I'll email to get the link. All right. But I'm not sure what I'm doing the weekend. I might be busy, but we'll see. We'll see. All right.
All right. Fair enough. All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Take care. Thank y'all for listening to tonight's stream. Yeah, I just got a headache now. Ugh. But like I said, this is the confessions of Derrick Jaxn. This man is mentally and has problems, like most people. He's going to still make money because people like to pay into what they want to hear, unfortunately. Now, regards him, dissolving the marriage, the real reason because the mother and the Ned and the manipulation. I mean, that's on him at the end of the day, personally. That's how I see it. It's on him. And we have to come to terms here. Well, a lot of our people I know we're very sick, really, to know saying we made our bed and we lie on it. Like literally, we make our bed and lie on it. I can't speak for myself, but if anybody that's dealing with any crazy relationship like this, where the person has a way and you stay, even to the point, let's say we're talking about the infidelity piece. Personally, if a woman, let's say, cheat on me, I'm done. That's how you deal with it. And trust me, ladies, a man cheat, you don't stay long. You end the relationship like everything. I've seen it countless times. The only reason why this relationship did not end the way it is because you're dealing with two people that's already gone through some problems within their own development life. Hell, Derrick was raised by his mother, and he's been coddled to a way, even to the point where he's using sex as copism, which is not healthy, but it's not a question. Danae, she has been touched, not once, twice. Like twice. Thank you. I appreciate it. Because, and once thing, Melinda, thank you. And I appreciate you came up here and, expressed the frustration. I'm frustrated too. It not only gives us content, but it gives us some we have to really talk about. And much as I don't want to get chaotic because it's so late, but we gotta be honest. These two are crazy. I look at their situation crazy. And here's the wickedest thing about all this. They're gonna make a lot of money over their craziness. Derrick's not officially divorced by Danae. So I'm thinking, what are the games that are being played here? Because last time I checked, when she was on the guy's podcast, My Future Wife, she created a whole course on teaching women about being sanctified and all this nonsense. And I guarantee you, once Derrick, because this happened, when is this, like last week or 2 weeks ago now? I'll be surprised he has a course as well, teaching men how to deal with cheating, all this nonsense, because it's now become a hustle. Yeah, they're gonna pimp the community day one. Exactly, real one knows. They about to pimp this community like it's no other. And we as people, we're gonna keep giving the attention and money. Now, I'm not in the business giving certain people attention that's already fake and phony, but I make the exception for the rule for this one because let's be honest, certain spaces, certain sectors are using these people because these people are the examples of this crazy ass community. We all need help. And it's evident. If you're a man and you have a sex crave addiction, I don't think you should be out here, taking relationships seriously. You better be upfront with the women you're dealing with that you just want to smash, keep pushing. So you can save all of us the goddamn headache. And if you're late and if you're a woman and you got touched, not once and twice, matter of fact, if you got touched and you were like an adult, if you're like over the age 18, 19, I will hope and pray that you go to the authorities and get yourself checked out me to get this toucher out these streets. I'm hoping praying, but everybody deals with trauma differently, and I don't expect that. But I'm hoping pray that you go get yourself checking me so you could get this help right off the bat. So that way, after you get this bastard in jail, now you can go and get some actual healing. And it's going to take time. People that have been touched, you're never going to get over this. The only you're going to get over this if that person meets his maker. You know what I mean? That's it. But all this other counsel is you're gonna go for the emotions like always because he left something that's trauma in you subconsciously, and it's gonna bar you spiritually. So that's it. Let me put the Deacon Deacon Salty Balls. Thank you. And always, guys, subscribe to Machismo TV. They have some good uploads. But that's it for me. It's 4 hours. Y'all know where to find me. All the social media, Twitter at Chaos Reign 7. Facebook, Eric Rain, Rumble, C Rain 23, and join Discord service of the Chaos Reign Show. And that's it. This is it. Make sure you leave a comment at the end of the stream. Looking forward to read your comments for this one, because this one, boy, my head hurt me. I'm living. But that's it. But till next time, guys, let it chaos reign.